Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody to the February 6, 2019 meeting of the Murfreesboro Planning Commission. We have a meeting tonight with 3 public hearings scheduled for tonight. We have a quorum present, so we'll call the meeting to order at this time. The first public hearing is a zoning application for approximately 2.79 acres located along Sulphur Springs Road, West Kingwood Drive and Elliott Drive to be rezoned from RS-15 to PRD, Sulphur Springs Point. Randy Friedson is the applicant. Ms. Green.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning Commission. The first application before you this evening is to consider a zoning change request that has been made to rezone approximately 2.8 acres that's located along Sulphur Springs Road and West Kingwood Drive. It's the parcel shaded in blue that's on the map before you. This property, as I mentioned, is 2.8 acres, and it's currently zoned RS-15, and that's single-family residential district. It allows the development of the property with 15,000 square foot lots. The property is adjacent to parcels zoned RS-15, which is a similar zoning district to the south and to the west. To the north, a property zoned PCD, and that's planned commercial district. That PCD was rezoned from RS-15 to PCD in 2005. And there have been subsequent amendments to that plan throughout the years, and there have been some pretty recent amendments to that plan that the Planning Commission have approved. However, it's still undeveloped property. Previously, it was location of a church. Across Sulphur Springs Road is our property zoned RM-16, and they're currently developed apartment complexes. And of course, also there is Sinking Creek and its floodway. The plan proposes 25 units on this property, which is a density of approximately 9 dwelling units an acre. The future land use map anticipated a different type of development for this property, anticipated a suburban residential land use classification, which has a density that's closer to 3 or 4 dwelling units per acre. And they have submitted to you the program book, which outlines the proposed development. I'm going to invite Clyde Roundtree to the lectern, and he's got a PowerPoint presentation to go through the specifics of this plan. After Mr. Roundtree's presentation, you should conduct a public hearing prior to considering the matter and making a recommendation to City Council. Of course, we'll have additional comments later.
Okay. Mr. Roundtree, good evening, sir.
Chairman Lamb, Planning Commissioners, staff, my name is Clyde Roundtree, Health and Civil Engineer, and I thank you for the opportunity to present to you Sulphur Springs Point. And I'd like to go ahead and start the PowerPoint if I can get it loaded correctly. Why am I having a hard time? Hey, Donald, can you run over here real quick?
It's on the screens here, so if you want to go ahead.
Oh, it is on the screen already? So y'all can see that?
And see it now.
Okay, great. It's not on the full screen, though. What's that, Sam? Yeah, I can't see that. There it is. The touch screen's not working on it. Can you save me, Sam, real quick here? Thanks. Oh, okay, the mouse has got to get over there.
Yeah.
Touch screen's not working.
Well, it's not a touch screen.
What's the map?
Just a telestrator.
There we go. Thank you, Sam. Again, Sulphur Springs Point, as Margaret Ann mentioned, is a townhome development. We're looking forward to getting approved. Project summary, in essence, is 25 homes, as Margaret Ann mentioned, 3-bedroom townhomes. They're all attached product, obviously. Each of the townhomes have a 1-car garage with 2 additional spaces behind the units. The townhomes will be brick and stone and fiberboard, and the homes will have asphalt shingle roof with vinyl siding and vinyl trim. And then the front facades are a staggered front that gives it kind of an architectural interest. And the unit height will be 35 feet tall, and they'll all be 2-story units. And the minimum square footage, it's not listed there, but listed further in the program, is 1,500 square foot minimum. Next, go next, where's next? Page down. As far as the zoning, as Margaret Ann mentioned, the top portion of the project on the north is a PCD. And it's important to know that because we're planning on leveraging the same access road that unit has, that development has. To the west, to the east is RM16, which is an apartment development, but there is a creek corridor that runs through on the eastern side of Sulphur Springs Road, so you really don't see that apartment complex from the subject property. And then to the west is our RS15 developments. We had a neighborhood meeting with the folks in the neighborhood to kind of walk through the process. A very well-attended meeting. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. As far as utilities, it's served by Murfreesboro Water Resource Department for water and for sewer, and electric is provided by Murfreesboro Electric Department. And this is just an aerial map that shows that church that Margaret had mentioned. This is an older aerial, but it does show the church itself. And on the right side, as you can see to the east, are the apartments that were mentioned with the zoning, and then the surrounding neighborhood. And that corridor, that green corridor, is a stream corridor that runs parallel to Sulphur Springs Road. As far as some of the adjacent relationships, Sulphur Springs Road is an older road in Murfreesboro. That's the top right corner picture is looking down Sulphur Springs Road towards the subject property. On the right, the next slide over is commercial development. So there's several different commercial operations on Sulphur Springs Road heading towards the subject property. And then the slide to the top right shows the kind of stream corridor to the right that's natural along Sulphur Springs Road. And the bottom pictures are basically the site itself. It's right now kind of a loosely wooded site, fairly open. The center picture shows the existing home, and then the slide to the right shows you the stream corridor in its current state. The overall site plan, as Margaret mentioned, there's 25 units total. The design is really to make more of a street approach, kind of urban scale look, so the homes are fronting Sulphur Springs Road. And there'll be basically, as we mentioned, the undulating fronts with front porches. So we're hoping as you go down Sulphur Springs Road, it'll have a really nice curb appeal as you move down the street. All the parking is in the rear of the units, and that was designed so that really from any sort of public right-of-way, we tried to screen the parking. And then we also wanted to make sure that all the units had some sort of orientation to green space. So if you can imagine, all the units have rear entry garages, so they'll be facing some form of green space. And then the 4 units towards the I guess that would be towards the northern end, southern end. They'll have access to the amenity center. The amenity center is that small square that has parking associated with it. And in that amenity center will be a pavilion, which we'll show later. There'll be some grilling stations and a dog park right across the driveway from that. It's also important to note that our access points, we're going to do a shared access point with the adjacent planned commercial development that's going to future serve the climate-controlled storage. And then we'll have access onto Elliott Drive as well. The homes, this is an architectural character of the home. Undulating fronts, varied roof lines, a variety of architectural materials. Again, we're looking for more of a cottage look. Small front porch, kind of stoop landings on the front of the facility, front of the buildings. And really trying to vary the architecture, trying to have defined bases and articulation around the windows with shutters. Brackets along the porches, anything we can do to make it look more cozy and cottagey, again, appealing to that streetscape appeal along Sulphur Springs Road. You can also see the rear of the building on the middle sketch, and then on the bottom sketch, the staff always wants us to make sure anything facing a public right-of-way along the edge of the building looks more like a front. So there'll be windows on the sides of the buildings where it faces public right-of-ways to try to make that more scalable to those who are driving down the roads. Also, there are one-car garages. They'll accommodate 1 car, and there'll be parking available for 2 cars behind the units. So for a total of 3 parking spaces per unit. With that in mind, parking spaces, we have adequate parking for the units. We have 13 extra guest spaces as well. So overall, we have 85 parking spaces for the whole development, which accommodate any kind of parking needs we have on site. The landscaping is fairly consistent with what we see with townhome developments, foundation planting. In this situation, we have streetscape, so along Sulphur Springs Road, there'll be street trees. And after the neighborhood meeting, the neighbors asked that we do some kind of a vegetative buffer between the adjacent properties and our subject property. So there we have a type A buffer that the developer is committed to, as well as a privacy fence, a 6-foot privacy fence for trying to make sure that any concerns with any kind of light intrusion that typically is a concern of lights going off site from cars coming into the area, that can be blocked by the privacy fence. And also the privacy fence limits ingress and egress through the property. So that's something that Mr. Friedsam, who I'm representing, was glad to accommodate for the neighbors. As was mentioned, all the new developments will have some sort of a formal green space. And this green space has an amenity center represented with a pavilion, barbecue grills, a dog run. So fairly typical what we're seeing with townhome developments today, but a nice touch for any size development. So with the 24 homes, these amenities will be associated with the development. And that's just showing where the cross-hatched area shows where the amenity center is, where the formal open space is, and how it interacts with the property. Again, our goal was to make sure that everyone that lived inside this development had some access to some green space, as well as had a really strong presentation to Sulphur Springs Road, and wanted to make sure we respected the adjacent neighbors by providing the type A buffer, as well as the 6-foot privacy fence. And with that in mind, that's the end of the presentation, but I'm available for any questions you may have regarding Sulphur Springs Point. We're really excited about the project. We're looking forward to feedback from planning staff and planning commissioners, and I'm available for any questions you may have now or available after the public hearing as well.
Okay, anybody on the planning commission or the staff have any questions from Mr. Roundtree?
Mr. Roundtree, I'm on page 7 of your presentation here.
Yes, sir.
Looking at the location of the kiosk, it's often requested at some neighborhoods that the kiosk be covered and have some type of pavilion type thing over it. Would it be possible to just move the kiosk over next to the pavilion area so that if neighbors were to be picking up their mail at the same time, they've got parking available to them there, and plus you've got a place to stand under if it's raining or something? Do you think that would be something that would work for you?
Not a problem at all. Really, with those kiosks, are trying to provide some kind of parking associated with them, so that would work fine. I don't see any issue with that at all.
Yeah, I think it prevents people from parking along the roadside there for emergency access. I really don't want them parking in the roadway. And if you put it down there by those parking places, I think that you've got a place for people that are getting their mail to pull into and stop, and maybe just visit in the neighborhood with your neighbor while you're picking up your mail under the pavilion in the middle of July and it's 100 degrees outside, to give you a place to be in the shade. And
I don't think that'd be any problem to make that adjustment.
if I walk over there, maybe somebody will offer me a hamburger.
There you go. There you go.
Good point. Anybody else?
Just a couple of, and of course, Mr. Smotherman, I'm lost on the kiosk. What are we moving?
Mail
Oh, I
kiosk.
see. I see. Thank you. And then just for clarification, on page 2 versus page 7, on page 2, it does mention 27 three-bedroom attached homes, and I think every place else it's talking about 25.
We're talking about 25, Kathy.
And so we would want to correct that on
We will.
page 2. And also on page 2, it talks about an 8-foot front setback. And is it really a 15-foot is what you're going to have, which is what it says on page 7?
We've moved back and forth with that with staff, and we're definitely, right now, we're at 15 feet, Kathy. We may have to move it back even further based on some of the staff comments we've been working through. Originally, we had it at 8 just because we wanted to address the street in such a way. But the improvements along Sulphur Springs Road, which is the sidewalk and the road expansion, from our research, is really a part of the planned development that's north of us. And so we are basically respecting the right-of-way that they've already kind of committed to. We're working within the right-of-way that are already there, and their plan does as well. So 15 feet is what we're asking for at this point.
Just so we get page 2 consistent with the rest of it.
Will do.
Mr. Roundtree,
Yes, sir.
I know you have dumpster service to this, and there's been a lot of discussion lately related to garbage service coming through, and that's probably not an issue here because we have the dumpster. But while I'm far from an expert, those turns, there's been some work that I think Darren Gore's done related to the curb radiuses and things like that. Do we have concern related to how those trucks will come in and how they will exit? Because it looks like it'd be easier for them to come in from Elliott and make that loop out as they go out. Does staff have concerns? Does anybody have concerns about those curb radiuses and being able to move fire trucks and big trucks through the development?
We're not confident that any service providers can come in, including fire trucks, and make some of the turns in here. So that some additional information we'd like to see from them is demonstration that can be served.
Okay. It certainly doesn't look like looks like the dumpster may need to be even pushed back some to be able to get
Yeah.
the truck in there. And
Yeah.
But anyway.
I think you ought to revisit that dumpster situation and maybe move it back some at least.
Okay.
Just drove it in deeper.
Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Roundtree.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, before I open this public hearing, I'll briefly go over the rules that we operate all of our public hearings. So all three of our public hearings tonight will be conducted under the same rules. We will open the public hearing. We'll ask anybody to come forward that'd like to speak either for or against a proposal. If you would, when you come to the microphone, please state clearly your name and give your address for the record. We've got a lot of people here tonight, folks, and a lot of people I'm sure would like to come up and speak. So please keep your comments no more than 3 minutes, and we will be observing that. So 3 minutes goes by pretty fast, too. You won't believe how fast that goes by. But 3 minutes, if you would, please. Since we have so many people here for various public hearings, if everybody in front of you have basically said the same thing that you want to say, please keep your comments very limited, if you would. Try to say something, that hasn't been brought up before if possible. We want everybody to have an opportunity to come forward and speak either for or against whichever proposal they're here to speak against. So please observe that. Any questions that you have, please make them to the Planning Commission. The staff will make a note of any questions that you might have, and at the conclusion of the public hearing, the staff will try to answer your questions. Okay? Now, the purpose of our public hearings tonight is for us to make a recommendation to the City Council for all three of these public hearings. So what will happen is whether if we approve it and give a positive recommendation, it'll go to the City Council, and there will be another public hearing scheduled before the City Council at a future date. If we have a negative vote where we're not recommending it, the developer or the applicant still has the right to take it before council. So regardless of what happens here, it can end up before council. If it goes before council, they will advertise and have another public hearing at that level. Okay? One other thing about our rules that we operate by, please, to keep from disrupting our meeting so we can move on as rapidly as possible, no comments from the audience and no applause, catcalls, cheers, and that kind of thing, please. Let's conduct ourselves in a professional manner tonight. This is a business meeting. We'll try to move through it as expeditiously as possible. I know a lot of you probably have children at home. You need to get home. So please observe our rules. Help us to conduct this meeting in an orderly fashion. All that being said, I'll open the first public hearing. Ask anybody to come forward that'd like to speak.
My name is Robert Thomas. I live on 313 Chamberlain, down the road from Kingwood. And will it have an access and entrance off of Sulphur Springs Road? Because right now, the only way we can get over to Memorial is to go around that way, because the traffic is just always blocked up. I was just curious if it was going to have an exit there.
Okay. We'll try to answer that, sir. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Lamb. This is the first time in about 30 years I've been on this side of the fence, so you might have to excuse me. My name is Robert Lewis. I live at 314 Kingwood Drive. And I had a couple of things to make comments about. First of all is the road, the traffic. This parcel being located on Sulphur Springs Road, right in the curve, if you're familiar with the picture, it seems like it functions as a county road, and I wasn't sure if it was what kind of road improvements are being made along Sulphur Springs Road back to Kingwood that would help turning in, making a left-hand turn into this property. And just so it helped the development if it goes through. The other comment I had was the 2035 plan. I think the city spent about close to $1 million on that plan a couple of years ago, and it says that it doesn't seem that this is being used properly if it's going to go into townhomes because everything from Sulphur Springs west to almost to Jones Boulevard and Battleground Drive is RS single-family housing. There's different kinds of zones all the way, single-family zones on this side of the street, from RS-15 to RS-10 to 12. And I live on the other end of Kingwood Drive near Memorial, and I go down that way a lot because I don't want to turn left on Memorial. It's just too dangerous. So that being said, the 2035 plan, I think you ought to take another look at and utilize it. And again, I appreciate your time, and I know you do a hard job. It's a difficult job. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, always good to see you. Thanks for being here. Anybody else?
Chairman Lamb, commissioners, staff, thank you for your time. My name is Randy Johnson. I live at 615 Elliott Drive. The property proposed for rezoning tonight adjoins my property. It's right next door to me where I've lived for over 40 years. We've been fortunate to enjoy the open area there, one family living on that property, all the trees, all the wildlife. And as they say, all good things must come to an end. We realize the property is going to be sold, it's going to be developed. It's probably not going to be a house like ours. And I'm not here tonight to oppose the rezoning, but to request that you require some changes prior to any approval that you give this rezoning. Planning staff's noted a number of issues to be addressed that I trust you're going to deal with, like the turning radiuses that were mentioned a minute ago. One thing that was not in those comments that I think should be is nothing to address the topography or the floodways that cross that property. All of the stormwater from that entire neighborhood, from Jones to Peachtree to Elliott to Sulphur Springs, flows right into that piece of property and goes diagonally across the property. If you were to pull the diagram back up again, it goes right across the area where the detention pond is planned for. In conversation with Ms. Green the other day, she tells me that will all be taken care of in the site planning. I just want to go on record that there is a major stormwater problem there already. I'm requesting two changes tonight. As Mr. Lewis just said, this project's not consistent with the 2035 land use project. Although it may be better than alternatives that could be developed on that property. I think the big thing is it is significantly different from the prevailing character of the surrounding area. Yes, Haynes Manor apartments and Saddlebrook apartments are nearby, that PCD is nearby. But that's all across the creek, it's across the road, it's across the creek, and across a very mature tree line. So the property that we're talking about here adjoins 6 single-family, single-story homes. And to me, that defines the prevailing character of the neighborhood that needs to be matched and dealt with. Excuse me. To that end, I think the proposal or the development on this property should be a completely self-contained development on Sulphur Springs Road, accessed only from Sulphur Springs Road. Should be buffered. It should be, as I say, a totally standalone development. The two requests that I have tonight, the plan book shows a type A buffer with a 6-foot wooden fence. I believe city regulations call for a minimum of a type C buffer between multifamily and RS-15. And what we would like to see is a type C buffer with a 6-foot brown PVC fence. And I believe a fence normally allows a 50% reduction in the number of trees. We'd like to see the full complement of trees and the 6-foot fence if possible. The other request that I have, design guidelines state that new development should connect to surrounding street network and at multiple access points should be provided for multifamily developments. However, that same section says exceptions should be considered where the connection would affect the safety and welfare of the surrounding properties. So I am requesting that you not allow the development to open onto Elliott Drive. This street, along with Holmes and Woodmont, has no sidewalks. The section of Elliott from Jones to the dead end is primarily used by residents of that block, walkers, and bikers. And opening that to residents of the new development, I feel, would create a significant increase in traffic that would impact the safety of the current residents. Current traffic tends to use only half the street. People coming in from Jones Boulevard come halfway down and peel off. I'm just about done. And peel off to the driveways. People coming in from Holmes, again. The people in this new development are going to be using the full length of that street without slowing to turn down. So we would request that that not be open, that this go back to the planners for a better access to Sulphur Springs Road for the multiple access, and if need be, install an emergency exit at the Elliott Drive location.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good to see you. Anybody else?
My name is Paul Christensen. I live at 702 Woodmont, which my driveway backs into Holmes. So about 85% of my concerns have already been addressed. The rest of them really boil down to green space. These are 3-bedroom homes, as I understand it. I think it's safe to say maybe 25% of them would have kids, okay? Now, I've got a 10-year-old at home. I know I look like the grandfather, but I've got kids at home. And they still get out and play in the yard. So my concern is the density in this area as well. So in addition to what Mr. Johnson brought and the previous gentlemen have brought as concerns, and all valid, just the overall density to me is a concern for a 3-bedroom townhome where we could expect kids of different ages. And by the way, that's an exciting plus in our household for supporting it overall, but with conditions to lower the density. That takes care of your radius turns, gives you more space for working out the problematic areas if you add a little more green space and rec area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'll close this public hearing. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It won't take long.
I thought you were leaving.
My name is Tom Parrish. I live at 614 Woodmont, and my house is right on the property too, right behind Mr. Johnson, sits right diagonally to the property. And one of my main concerns is the water. You know, I know you're going to build a retention pond here, but in my backyard there is a 3-foot deep creek when it rains. Okay, it's 3 foot deep and about 6-7 feet wide, and it drains right on down through there fine. Okay, just don't allow anybody to back that up in any way, because I don't want any water backed up in my yard, because that flows good, but it is a lot of water, and if it doesn't flow through there, then you're going to have problems. Okay, so make sure even during construction you may have some problems, see, because some may get backed up or whatever. And if the creek doesn't flow through my backyard, then I'm going to have those issues, okay? And that's about all I have to say at this moment, okay? So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public hearing. If I could ask the staff to maybe review the questions that were asked and comment on those, or ask Mr. Roundtree to come up and comment on them.
Sure, I'll be glad to address some of those. I think it was pointed out by a couple folks tonight that Sulphur Springs Road does look different than a typical city street. And that's because it is considered a substandard street, meaning we don't have the right-of-way width that we need. It doesn't have the curbs and gutters that we would see on city streets, sidewalks. And the city actually does have plans to improve this section of Sulphur Springs Road actually much further north. And we've had them for several years. The city council has budgeted money to go back and look at those plans again and update them because they were last done in 1988. Because we know that this does operate as a neighborhood collector street, carries quite a bit of traffic. From those plans, we know that additional right-of-way will be expected to be donated from this property. The plan doesn't reflect that, and I've reached out several times to the design team to speak to them about it because I want to make sure they're aware of that. There were some improvements that were proposed with the development to the north, but we wanted to see something done here. What may interest you is that connection of West Kingwood into Sulphur Springs Road, where it comes in at an angle now, will go away. And Woodmont will go directly into Sulphur Springs Road for a 90-degree connection, which, of course, will be an improvement. So we have, of course, asked them not to have any connection to this portion of Kingwood Drive because we know that will be going away in the future. So there are some right-of-way improvements that all development we expect them to participate in. This developer will have the same expectation. They have proposed connecting to the proposed driveway to the north as part of their plans. We have asked that they provide something from the neighbor to the north demonstrating that they've got the right to do that because, of course, there's no recorded easement as of yet. I believe they're working on it, but I haven't seen anything yet giving them that. But staff actually suggested sharing that connection so that you didn't have two driveways so close, particularly in the curve of Sulphur Springs Road here. The other side of Sulphur Springs Road, of course, does have floodplain and floodway, so we would be limited how far we could go in the other direction, so that's how I know that there'll be additional right-of-way here as well. The connection to Elliott Drive was made at staff's request. I think that you know that we've been very consistent in requesting multiple connections, and I did talk to Mr. Johnson about this, and I told him that I wanted him to know that we would be advocating for that connection, that secondary connection, and that was made at the planning director's request. The let's see, Sulphur Springs Road. The plan, of course, is the 2035, I think I mentioned, is not consistent with this plan. The density is higher. The proposed is about 9 dwelling units an acre. And what the plan proposes is 3 to 4, so it would be on them and you to decide if this is an appropriate change in the area. This parcel is not a part of a recorded lot, but I did look at some of the topography of the area, and it is clear that water does cross this parcel going to the creek. And it is important for us when we consider development of the plan in the future to consider the off-site water in addition to what's here, and we will require that they maintain that. They're showing an illustrative area where stormwater would be managed, but we, of course, would require some calculations and additional work to be done at site plan level, and I'm glad that some people have reached out to us to let us know about this because, we even know a portion of Sulphur Springs Road is underwater at some point, so we'll definitely have them consider any of that off-site drainage of the subdivisions that are existing that go through the property, and although there are no recorded easements, it clearly crosses this property and maybe spend some time on this property. Let's see. You asked for an increase in buffer and the use of a PVC or vinyl fence, and I think you've done that in the past, and so that certainly is something that you can choose to add along the perimeter of the property. And of course, the request was to only have an emergency access point to Elliott, but staff would request that if this is a plan that you're comfortable with, that you actually approve it with the full access. We have asked for more details on the open space and the formal open space. As you know, when we allow an increase in density, we want to see some more formalized areas outside of that where people can have a space to be outside because, of course, they'll just own what's inside their four walls. Some of the information isn't quite clear in the book. For example, I do see a dog run, but I see it adjacent to a single-family home right in their backyard. So I think that you, in the past, have asked for that to be relocated, and so I'd like to see something like that moved. And more details, you could either choose to have them provide those details now, or you could ask for them later. But I did want to point out that some of our questions and concerns were regarding the formal open space, which is also required in our design guidelines. And then, of course, somebody mentioned wanting water not to back up into their yard. And sometimes water is temporarily in somebody's yard, but it's very important that it not back up into their house. And so if I've talked to anybody, I've asked for photographs, if they have some photographs of the water and how it can back up. But that's certainly something as just a standard throughout our community we look at, and we want to make sure that we accommodate any of that off-site water. Did I miss any points?
I think you covered it pretty good. Let's hear from Mr. Roundtree.
Thank you, Margaret, for the feedback. Thanks for the neighbors who had some input as well. Talked to Mr. Friedsam as well about increasing the buffer and adding a little bit more detail on the fence. And obviously, we have a few things we still need to come to grips with as far as the book is concerned. So this time, we'd like to kind of work through the book a little bit more with Margaret and the staff. And as far as making sure the emergency access, fire truck access is all something we can all agree upon. So with that in mind, we'd like to defer the vote for this particular project until we have a little bit more information, a little bit more coordination with the staff, if that seems appropriate to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Roundtree?
I would just like to say I do agree with the open space comment and feel like there does need to be some additional open space or amenities in here, and if that means the density needs to change to allow for that, I think that would probably end up being a positive change on the project.
Mm-hmm.
And the fence, you might consider that. Okay. Bring it back. Any other comments or questions from the Planning Commission?
Quick question for Ms. Green. Did you say that Woodmont would extend eventually to Sulphur Springs? I missed.
No.
I've got an image on the screen. I don't know if we can pull it up. So Woodmont here will go straight across.
Woodmont runs from,
Already does it.
yeah, once it runs from Kingwood to Jones. I think you're referring to Elliott.
This little, right here, where my little hand is where it's going to go straight out.
Woodmont.
Woodmont's
So
going
Woodmont will go straight across, but will Kingwood continue to?
Across that triangle parcel right there.
across the
Yeah.
Taylor Wright's
She's
property
got
there.
it on the screen.
I guess my only comment there is that seems to open up potential options on the second access point, maybe just
Right.
at it from a bird's eye view.
Yeah.
But that opens up another design option as well.
It does.
It does, certainly.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just a comment, I guess. First, thanks to my neighbors for coming out and speaking on this. I appreciate every one of you expressing your opinions here tonight. I think I've heard from most of you prior to tonight, so thanks for letting me know how you feel about the project. As I've explained to you in the past, I realize this is increasing the density, but it gives us the ability, by having a planned development, that it gives us the ability to actually have some input on how the project is developed, whereas if it was just somebody building homes on that project, as far as the current zoning, we have no option on that. So it does give us the ability to improve the quality of the project by allowing density. And with the growth of Murfreesboro, obviously, density is always an issue. But I've kind of watched this project as it's come along, and just because it's within sight of my house, and I think I'm more excited than most, because I think it will help us with some of the problems that you have with property that's unattended and truly almost will become blighted property over a period of time if the house is just boarded up, or if the as we experienced with the property that's adjacent to it where the church was. And so I think there's a good opportunity here to allow the property owner to have their right of developing the property, yet at the same time have input from the neighborhood to help influence how the property is developed. So unless there's any other comments, I'll move for
Mr. Russell, do you have a comment, sir?
The only comment I had was, is the portion of Kingwood between Woodmont and Sulphur Springs, is that going away?
We anticipate that it would.
That it would go away?
Yeah, we,
Just
of course,
the
would,
whole part would just,
that segment between Woodmont,
once the
to the north.
connection's made to Sulphur Springs.
right? So, of
Okay.
course, the city council has authorized that, the redesign, but I think we would still expect that to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Sell the property. Just take the right away. Sell the property.
Thank you, Ms. Green. If
You're
there's no
welcome.
further questions or comments, Mr. Smotherman, you can proceed with your motion.
I'll move for deferral.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Second public hearing tonight is a zoning application for approximately 6.9 acres located along New Salem Highway and Armstrong Valley Road to amend the Weston Village PUD. Bob Mattel and Mike Chaudhary are the applicants. Ms. Rush, good evening. Ms. Rush?
Pulling up a PowerPoint for you.
Oh,
I want to make sure this microphone is working here.
Thank you, Chair Lamb. Good evening. The subject property is located along the south side of New Salem Highway and east of Armstrong Valley Road. It's approximately 6.9 acres in size, and it's currently zoned Weston Village Plan Unit Development, which allows development of mixed uses with neighborhood commercial and residential units. The zoning that's requested is to amend the pattern book regarding the overall development. And as you can see on the zoning map, the surrounding properties are zoned commercial highway, local commercial to the west, planned unit development for Weston Park and Weston Village directly to the east and south. The future land use map of the Murfreesboro 2035 Comprehensive Plan recommends that the subject property develop as mixed use. The characteristics of this future land use designation is a mixture of uses, multi-story structures, buildings that have minimal or zero setbacks, includes pocket parks, and it discourages low-density residential. In fact, it says it should not be allowed. It also states that the intensity is up to 60 dwelling units per acre, and the height guidelines are up to 4 stories for the buildings. And it has consistent zoning districts as mixed use and planned unit development. So briefly, the zoning pattern book that is proposed does make some changes to the existing pattern book. And I'll just briefly touch on those. It's the site layout that does change. In the bottom right-hand corner is the original pattern book. It's got the same orientation as the one that's proposed, so that if you can make that comparison. It also has a number of residential units that would increase from 24, and what's in the current approval, to the proposed 85 units. The commercial square footage would decrease from 56,200 square feet down to 30,800 square feet. The existing 5 buildings are single-story along the New Salem, the 3 units along the New Salem that are in orange, and then 3 stories along Monrovia Drive. And the proposed pattern book changes is for 4 buildings, all being 3 stories in height. Parking was mentioned at the last meeting, and the minimum parking required for the proposed rezoning is 319 spaces, and the pattern book does depict 319 spaces. So with that being said, this proposal is consistent with the 2035 plan as noted. I will turn it over to the applicant to present the project in more detail, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the commission. Following the hearing, the Planning Commission should discuss the zoning request and then formulate a recommendation for the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rush. Mr. Mochan.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Chairman Lamb, sorry. Trying to think about tomorrow already. Anyways, thank you. Good evening, Rob Molchan, SEC. I'm accompanied tonight by Candace Schreiber with Michael Hyman Architects as the architect and Mr. Matt Taylor from our office SEC as an engineer on the project. We're here tonight to present to you an amendment to the previously approved Weston Village PUD, and I'll go through a couple of slides here to talk about a little bit orientation of the site and a couple of characteristics of the site, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Schreiber to talk about the architecture and amenities package that's coming along with this project. As you can see, the site itself, located in yellow there, is along the south side of Highway 99, or New Salem Highway, leading out towards Rockville. And you can see in this image here, the site itself is kind of to the east of the intersection of Veterans Parkway and Highway 99, and to the west of the St. Andrews and Highway 9 intersection. Moving in a little closer, you get a little more depiction about the site itself, relationship to the existing townhomes as part of the original portion of the Weston Village, but also the Weston Park and some of the other subdivisions located in the area there. Directly to the west of the property itself is Armstrong Valley Road, so it's a major north-south roadway that leads through the county down to Bedford County, allowing a lot of access back to Highway 99 and back to the interstate. And to the east, directly there, is Weston Boulevard, which is the main entrance to the overall Weston development. Weston development itself is comprised of 2 portions of development: Weston Park, which was initially developed way back in the early 2000s, and Weston Village, which has taken place since before and after the recession on that side. And our portion, the yellow, is the last remaining portion of the Weston Village PUD on that side. talked about here a couple different neighborhoods. As I talked about, the pink area, as you can see there, is the Weston Park development. The blue area is the Weston Village area that is in the ground today next to our site, and a couple of those subdivisions such as Bell Reeve in yellow, and also the looks at the Bellhaven Cove development in the green that's over there along St. Andrews over on that side. As Marina talked about in regards to zoning this side here, the site itself is already zoned PUD, or planned unit development, along with Weston Park and Weston Village, and also the other remaining portions of other developments, including some of the properties that are along Highway 99 and also along St. Andrews. Directly to the west, you can see is a large portion of commercial highway. That zoning classification due to the large intersection with Veterans Parkway and New Salem Highway, which is still undeveloped property at this point in time, but potentially could be developed in the next 5 to 10 years. As Marina talked about, we are consistent with the 2035 land use. This is called for an urban mixed-use character zone, as she defined in here as well, as talked about public spaces framed by buildings, multi-story structures, pedestrian activity areas related to plazas, on-street parking, and types of uses that are allowed in this area are multifamily, residential, with entertainment, restaurants, retail offices, and hotels are allowable uses within that zone. So we are staying consistent with the 2035 plan on that side. I'll go through a couple images right now to give you a layout of what the property looks like today. This is a picture of Monrovia Drive looking east back towards Weston Boulevard. You can see the existing townhomes as part of the first portion of the Weston Village subdivision on that side. And to the left-hand side of the picture there, you can see the vacant property we're proposing to put buildings A, B, and C, which are fronting onto Highway 99. This is an image looking back from Highway 99, about the middle of the road, about where we have our main entranceway off of 99 into the development on that side. As you can see, the townhomes clustered together in the backdrop with those are the ones that circulate around the formal open space of the fountain in the middle of the park on that side. This is a view from Weston Boulevard. Once you get through the existing landscape zone along the roadway itself, looking back across the site, this will be like I said, this will be the area they'll take on the buildings A, B, and C that are located in the master plan itself. And this is another view of Monrovia Drive looking back towards the west with our site on the right-hand side and the townhomes on the left-hand side. And this is the formal park space that's in front of the townhomes just to the south of our property. As you can see currently, this is the currently approved PUD from back in 2006 on that side. As Marina talked about, when we're looking at just this one portion, the yellow or the golden colored homes or the townhomes that are already on the ground at this point in time, we'll be working inside the area that was in red lined out there. As Marina talked about, the three structures that face onto Highway 99, those were single-story commercial or mixed-use type use buildings on that side. The two purple buildings that are to the east or to the right-hand side of Monrovia Drive there, those are three-story stacked residential flats. So it was already proposed to have three-story units involved in regards to the building structures of the development when it came through back in 2006 on that side. Part of this, the original plan itself had 24 dwelling units and about 56,000 square feet of commercial. Moving forward to our proposed development today, as you can see our layout, we've reconfigured the overall development of this space. Part of the changes to this property is that part of the right-of-way along Highway 99, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner development, was reacquired by the state for the future improvements to Highway 99, so lessening the amount of developable area, which would necessitate one of the reasons why we're coming back for an amendment to this, because we had to rearrange the overall layout of the PUD between when it was approved back in 2006 and where it is today. As you can see here in the plan itself, the three buildings, A, B, and C, that are located are fronting out onto Highway 99, but also have a backup to Monrovia Drive. But the backs of these, as Candace will go through and talk about architecturally, do engage the street and do have some architectural character so that they actually do feel like buildings functioning towards the street. The one building, Building D, that's in the lower left-hand corner, that is a solely three-story structure with only residential units in it. It'll be home to the amenity program for the residents of this portion of Weston Village, which will include a pool, indoor clubhouse facility, and exercise room on that side. And Candace will talk about a little bit of that as she talks about her architecture on that side. This plan here, as I talked about, is all four buildings are 3 stories. As you can see, Building A has been pushed up a little bit to allow for some rear access to some what we call tuck-under garage spaces. So more or less, these are garage spaces that are inside the building themselves. Those would be for rent as part of your overall project. These would be all for sale products, but they'll also be allowing for residents to purchase those garage spaces on that building there. So there's a little room there for us to maneuver cars in and out on that side. That is one of the reasons why Building A is pulled up, but also on that side. Building B and C are pushed back in regards to getting ourselves the allowable parking space on the front side. So A, B, and C will have retail component on the lower story. So the lower story will all be retail, office type space, restaurant space on that side. And in between those structures, as part of the land use plan calls for, are outdoor plaza spaces that we will utilize for outdoor dining areas, eating and sitting areas and such like that for residents of not only this development, also Weston Village and Weston Park to come over and fully engage and utilize these retail portions, because it really does take more than just the people that we're anticipating in these 85 condo units to help support the retail component of this project on that side. So it takes the whole community involved, let alone not only this development in Weston Park, but also the community at large around this area out on the Salem side of town. On that side, as I talked about, we did decrease the amount of retail space in this from 56,000 square feet down to a little over 30,000 square feet, so about a 25,000 square foot reduction in retail space. And like I did say, we did increase the residential component from 24 up to 85 units, and these will be all for sale condo units on that side. So with that being said, I'll turn this over to Candace Shriver from Michael Hyman Architects to talk a little bit about the architectural components. Let me run through one more slide, sorry. I've got an access plan I want to talk about. We went through a neighborhood meeting and there was a lot of discussion in regards to access to the site itself. The main component for the access, if I can get my presentation back up. There we go. Thank you.
There was.
We had during our neighborhood meeting, which was well attended, we had about 45, 50 of the residents from Weston Village and Weston Park attend. Some of the concerns that they had was about access to this development. In regards to the access, we've got one main access point right now that's in place, which is the intersection of Weston Boulevard with Highway 99 and Old Salem Road. There's a four-way intersection there, which is the main entrance to the overall Weston development in Weston Park, Weston Village on that side. We'll also have, as we develop this layout on that side, we'll also have a connection back over to Armstrong Valley Road and Highway 99 there, creating another main access point back to Highway 99 on that side, giving you full access back to the interstate and downtown Murfreesboro on that side. Internally, in regards to this development, we're looking at our main entrance being in the center portion on the Highway 99. This will be a fully engaged intersection. We'll have 3 lanes, 2 lanes leaving the property for a left-hand and right-hand turnout and 1 lane in. We're also anticipating that along Highway 99 will be, as part of our design studies, if this plan moves forward and gets to the site plan level, we're anticipating having to widen Highway 99 to a 3-lane configuration between Weston Boulevard and Armstrong Valley Road. That'll be fully studied at that point in time if it gets to the site plan level. That is unless, of course, TDOT gets to us first with their Phase 2 portion of the Highway 99 widening project on that side. Our next access point will be on Monrovia at Weston Boulevard. It will only be more or less an entrance into this portion of the development from that side. We will not be breaking the existing median that's on Weston Boulevard, so there will not be a left-hand turn to go back on the Weston Boulevard from the development. So we'll be focusing the traffic back down Monrovia Boulevard, Monrovia Drive down and out to the front on Highway 99 or back to our next point of ingress. Egress would be a new access point on Armstrong Valley, which would get you back out to Highway 99 on that side. So we're looking at trying to funnel as much traffic as we can back towards the Armstrong Valley intersection to get it back on Highway 99, besides our main entrance in the middle of the development on that side. This will also be another point here. We have at Abington Way. It's currently an intersection on Weston Boulevard there. That will be a full intersection there. So the residents of the development currently utilize that to turn left to get on the Weston Boulevard to head back to Highway 99. And we also feel that the residents of this portion of Weston will be able to utilize that access point too on that side. Internally, a couple main little access points. This is our access point on Monrovia Drive behind Building A, so that'll serve as a point in and out of the site itself, back to Monrovia, and back to those other main access points that I talked about earlier. Looking at another access point here that's a little closer to Armstrong Valley, so residents and guests and shoppers can utilize that access point to back to Monrovia, get back to Armstrong Valley. Also looking at another access point that comes from Building D. The Building D, again, is the sole residential structure. That'll get us back to a future stub-out street that goes back to future sections of residential part of the Weston Park development on the backside. and a couple smaller access points to tie into the existing alleyway structure. This was existing connection points that were part of the original PUD from 2006. We'll be incorporating those again as part of this project and moving forward on that side. With that said, I'll turn this over to Candace Shriver. She'll talk a little about the architecture tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Candace Shriver. I'm with H. Michael Hyman Architects. Happy to be here tonight. Excuse me. To present the architectural. Not sure. Oh, there we go. I'm just going to run through the kind of character of the buildings and a little bit of kind of our strategy on how to break it down from kind of a larger mixed-use development abutting a residential area. This is the front and rear of Building A. Our main materials are brick and fiber cement board to give more of that residential feel, lap siding and board and batten. We've broken the massing down into smaller chunks and added, as you can see in that middle element, a bit of a mansard roof as more of a residential calling. As you can see here, there's the plan of Building A. As Rob mentioned, we have tuck under garages for residents, as well as an interior corridor connecting both stairwells and the elevator, as well as a trash room. All trash for this development will be internal. There will be compactors in each room, and the bins will be brought out for collection when it is time. Building B also has a similar materials palette as Building A, brick, fiber cement, as well as a massing that's broken down. We've added some kind of bay window-like pop-outs on this building, as you can see on both ends pieces, as well as balconies for residential usage. The rear of this building is designed to look similar to the front as it abuts Monrovia Drive. It has the same awnings and the same canopies. Building C is similar in terms of materiality, but with different elements. We have varying massing and then some finer residential details with bracketing on this kind of corner tower element. The back is similarly broken down to respond to the streetscape. Building D is solely residential and the architecture speaks to it as such. It is not broken down as much as it is solely residential and called out as. The garages on the back face the small parking lot as shown on the site plan and will be for the residents. These smaller massings allow for some of the amenity spaces, terraces, club rooms, etc. Move on to some kind of 3D views. This is the corner of Building A as you're pulling onto Weston Boulevard. This is the first plaza courtyard between Buildings A and Buildings B. There's a grassy lawn, opportunities for outdoor dining. The courtyard between Buildings B and C also has more landscape elements, more opportunities for dining, and you can also see one of those bay window elements that I was talking about earlier here on the corner. This is a corner view of Building C, and you can see Building D in the background. This is a view of Monrovia Drive looking towards Armstrong Valley Road. The courtyard between Buildings B and C can be seen on the right, and on the left you can see the pool in front of Building D. The top drawing is a section cut through Building A, crossing the street over to where the townhomes abut. Building A is 62 feet off of the right-of-way and 119 feet from the existing townhomes. A view looking the opposite direction on Monrovia towards Building A, towards Weston Boulevard. I'm going to go over some of the amenities of the site. The extensive walkability and sidewalks and plazas and courtyards foster an overall sense of interconnectivity of the development, not only for our residents, but for the residents that live currently in Weston Park and Weston Village. And then there's the plaza space for Building D in the back. These spaces will be filled with decorative pavers, as well as opportunities for patios for outdoor dining and connectivity to retail. Building D will have a pool and outdoor terrace. Similar to one pictured here, and a outdoor fire pit area equipped with grills as well. The corner adjacent to the pool will house a fitness center and a clubhouse. On the opposite end of Building D, there will be an outdoor terrace covered with a pergola. And that's the general overview at this time. If you all have any questions you'd like to ask of Rob or myself, we're happy to answer.
Okay. Any questions from the Planning Commission?
Where Monrovia Drive comes into Weston Boulevard, will there be a cut-through in that median there, or will that be a right-in, right-out only intersection?
Currently, it's only shown as a right-in, right-out. We're not proposing to cut the median.
Okay. If that's the case, is there potential that we could turn that into more of a defined right-in, right-out with perhaps a small median in the middle that would indicate? Because what I don't want people to do is turn left and think they're going up the wrong side of the road there because there's no cut-through.
Mr. Smotherman, Matt Taylor of SEC. That is actually an existing entrance today, so it's functioning as a right-in, right-out. That street is in existence. The only part that we're going to build would be the connection, the last maybe 400 or 500 feet to connect it to Armstrong. And so
Mr. Smotherman, I would say that, it's certainly something our city traffic, public works staff can take a look at to add some enhancements there. I'm not sure exactly what's there today. I do understand it's median divided, and by default is a right-in, right-out, but we understand your question and certainly can take a look at that with our...
Well, it's definitely going to see more traffic on that roadway than it currently sees, and with more traffic, I really don't, just looking at it with it currently, I'm not sure why anybody would even go down that road almost, but I mean, basically, you're just going in a circle. So if it's right in, right out only, if it were more defined, I think it would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Totally. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Molchan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, I'll open this public hearing. Ask anybody to come forward that'd like to speak.
Thank you for allowing this opportunity and hopefully your ears. My name is Mark Allen Barstow. I live at 2709 Abington Court. I'm a homeowner and a board member in Weston Park. I am personally opposed to the proposed dramatic zoning changes at Weston Village. As I said, I also represent my HOA, and they have voiced their disapproval of the changes also. The original plan calls for a mixed-use village that will augment and support the underlying value of homes currently under construction at Weston Park, emphasizing the commercial portion of Weston Village will consist of neighborhood-friendly retail uses, and the building architecture will be of the same style as the flats and townhomes, with brick, symmetric siding, and stone facades. SEC and the architects held a meeting on January 22nd, and Candace Shriver indicated that they want a development that complements but does not compete with the neighborhood, preserving its characteristics. The proposed zoning changes are so dramatic and altered from the original plans that they will negatively impact the surrounding community. There are no other tall, mixed-use, three-story developments on any of the major roads west of Interstate 24. Specifically, if you go from 24, take Old Fort, if you take New Salem, if you take Church Street, if you take Veterans. There are no buildings of this design anywhere west of Interstate 24. So this is a dramatic change in this neighborhood. The revised plan has no resemblance to the original plan. The number of condominiums are increased 3.5 times, 85 condominiums will have a huge impact on the neighborhood and far exceeds the number of existing townhomes. Traffic is already difficult in the area, and New Salem Highway will not be expanded to 5 lanes for many years. Because as you know, they're developing from now to Cason, then they go from 24 to Old Fort, so it is far down the road. Nothing close. This intersection at Weston Boulevard and New Salem is one of the most dangerous intersections in Murfreesboro. That's been on the news. There have been lots of accidents. I live there. I hear helicopters landing to take people away. There's always ambulances, everything. So it is a very busy area, and I know they indicate that New Salem is going to be the main entrance, but at the last meeting, they conceded Weston Boulevard is going to be the main entrance, with the simple philosophy is that there's going to be a stoplight there eventually. You're going to take the first street that enters into a community. That will be Weston Boulevard. You're not going to go a half block up the road and try to fight that traffic to turn into the development. So the footprint does not support such a large additional unit of 85 condos and the commercial buildings in such a small area. Some brief other concerns are the revised plan is a two-place fan, and some of the other things may not come to fruition. You know, building A and B are the first things. They have a lofty goal of $250 plus a square foot. The homes and townhomes in that area sell for less than half that. So I don't know how these are going to be so miraculous. It's not the Gulch that people are going to spend that much money. So huge question on that. Then it results into, will there be a lot of short-term rentals? Because if they can't sell these, what are they going to do? Are they going to turn into apartments? Or are investors going to buy them and they're going to rent them out? Big concern. What type of businesses will be allowed in the commercial spaces? Will there be designated spaces for restaurants? Okay. Just in summary, you know, our community is composed to dramatic rezoning changes. The size, design, number of condominiums will impact the traffic, and it's far too great for the footprint. There is no developments like this west of I-24, and we ask that you don't punish us by making the first here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anybody else?
You must have come in late.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Beverly Flynn, and I am the president of Weston Village. On your first, you have slides that I provided for you, some pictures. The first page, we are Weston Village. This picture is Weston Village. Yes, we do live under a rainbow, but anyway, my neighbors are working professionals and retirees. We came to Weston Village for the connectivity and community. We also came because of the unique design of our homes, not the cookie-cutter homes that are found in other developments. In the proposed plan, the new development will have their own exclusive amenities. When the original PUD was approved, I believe the Zoning Commission took careful consideration to the overall density of the 64 townhomes and the future construction of retail and 24 residential flats. So now if you want to turn to page 2, history. Weston Village, 64 townhomes, 2 and 3 bedrooms ranging from 1,300 to 2,000 square feet. 2006, the first 6 units were built. In 2014 to 2016, the final 58 units were built. Prospective buyers were shown this plat, and the future one-story retail was emphasized in addition to 24 condos. 3-story buildings were included in the original plan, but it was not communicated clearly to anybody buying into the townhomes. And it was not understood until the meeting with SEC on January 22nd. The density in the proposed plan has more than tripled the residential units because of the addition of 2 stories in buildings A, B, and C primarily. If you look at the diagram closely, you will see the original plan. It shows 3 one-story retail buildings. We welcome the retail. We think that's an exciting part of our community. In the proposed plan, buildings A, B, and C will be first floor retail, and the second and third floors the condos. And the original plan, it shows 2 3-story mixed-use retail residential flats. First floor being retail, and the second and third floors being residential flats. In the proposed building D will be 1 3-story residential building. Sorry, excuse me. You can turn to the next page, page 3, please. Our statement of comment is we strongly oppose the increase of 2 additional stories in buildings A, B, and C, and the density proposed with the 85 new residential units versus the original proposed 24 residential units. This new density will create enormous people and vehicle congestion, serious unsafe traffic issues, and destroy the current continuity of Weston Village lifestyle. And now pages 4 and 5.
Ms. Flynn, you're running out of time, so you need to
Okay, I'm sorry. As you can see on pages 4 and 5, the density, basically we're going to be putting 85 condos in a footprint that's 30% smaller than the current Weston Village property. So I'm going to skip to pages 6 and 7. Let's talk about continuity. The original plan mentions continuity in several pages, both for the townhomes and for future development. Definition of continuity is the unbroken and consistent existence of something over a period of time. The design of the new buildings in no way is consistent with the townhomes of Weston Village. These new buildings are what you would find in the Gulch in Nashville, towering boxes of brick and glass. On page 4 of the proposed PUD, it says the building exteriors will utilize a mixture of masonry and metal materials to create distinctive architecture for the core of Weston Village while being harmonious with existing Weston Village townhomes. None of the townhomes look anything like brick and glass buildings pictured on page 7. So if you look at page 6, this is what the continuity, this is what it would look like. If you turn to page 7.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Please wind up. You're way over time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good presentation. Thank you. Well done.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Joe Arnellis. I live at 2723 Sterlingshire Drive. I want to say that I am very excited about this development. I purchased my home here in the neighborhood knowing that it was zoned for a mixed-use planned development concept. I know that this project will be a catalyst for mixed-use development not only along New Salem Highway, but it will also be the first mixed-use project for Murfreesboro of this size, and will take in a lot of the elements of what makes a neighborhood, as stated in Chapter 5.2 of the 2035 Comprehensive Plan. Having been a former city planner for Murfreesboro for over 5 years, I know how important it is to make sure that certain elements are included in the pattern book. I attended a neighborhood meeting with my neighbors to assemble our concerns and forward them on to SEC before their meeting on January 22nd. I want to say that I am disappointed in the owner and the design team for not taking our concerns into consideration. After reviewing the pattern book on tonight's agenda, I noticed that none of our concerns or comments were included in the book. I passed around, I didn't make enough copies for everybody, but it's a PowerPoint presentation that I was going to have. In case you did not have a chance to visit our neighborhood, I've included some pictures shown on page 1. As stated by Rob Mulchin previously, our neighborhood is definitely unique. Our homes resemble a cottage-style architecture that have alley-loaded garages, pitched roofs, unique, colorful designs for each unit, and have covered porches and balconies. Our neighborhood was even featured in the 2035 comprehensive plan. However, the building designs proposed are more modern and do not resemble at all like our existing homes and are more designed for Nashville urban areas. So instead, we would like to request a mixture of 2- and 3-story buildings that resemble more with the architectural style of our homes. On the next page are some examples of the architectural design of the commercial buildings that we would like to see in our neighborhood that complement our neighborhood. Notice that these buildings have roof variations, covered balconies for outdoor seating for restaurants, and are not all rectangular as currently proposed. My neighbors and I think a row of 3-story buildings along Monrovia would be overbearing to our neighborhood, so I would like to propose that buildings A and B be reduced to 2-story buildings as those depicted in front of you in the presentation I showed. Continuing with adding some character, the developer currently proposes standard MED streetlights. Although we currently have these poles in our neighborhood, eventually we would like to replace those existing poles with decorative ones, as shown on the next page in the book. We would like Phase 2 to have the black decorative streetlights that MED offers to be installed to further enhance the village character, completing the pedestrian streetscape. We currently have decorative street signs in the neighborhood as well. They're nothing fancy, but we would like to keep the theme of the new phase as well. Along Weston Boulevard, we have a decorative black farm fence along the main entrance into our neighborhood that is heavily landscaped. We would like to see the black fence design to be carried in the new phase along the front property line of New Salem Highway and along Monrovia Boulevard in front of the parking lot, in addition to the proposed 10-foot landscaping in the mound. Some amenities that should be added are bike racks and a dog park. Since parking is already an issue with the proposed density of the structures, which would actually be solved if 2 of the buildings are reduced in height to 2 stories. Bike racks would allow the local residents of Weston Park and Weston Village to be able to bike to the commercial uses. The site plan does not show much green space, so a dog park would also be beneficial for the 85-unit residents to have a place to take their dogs to run. This could be placed under the TVA easement with TVA sign-off of approval. So overall, these elements together enhance a sense of place for the neighborhood. And as Mr. Rob Mulchin has stated, it provides that strong pedestrian-oriented streetscape environment. It is important that these design elements are included in the pattern book. This is the only guarantee that the residents will have that the city will be able to enforce the requirements that is laid out in the zoning of the property, and it can't wait until the site plan. So I request that you defer the zoning amendment so that the developer and his design team can revise the pattern book to address our concerns and include these design elements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ornelas. Good to see you again. Anybody else? Anybody? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public hearing. Okay. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Mulchan, any comments about the requested changes?
Let's see, Mr. Ornelas' questions in regards, we did have a neighborhood meeting, we did hear their responses, we've taken those things into consideration. The farm fence along 99, we are definitely considering including that as part of our package. We will have to evaluate that. As you can see in the site plan that you have in your booklet tonight, there are a numerous amount of different utility easements that run across this property, so it is something we would have to evaluate in regards to what those utility companies will allow us to do in those instances up there, including the frontage along 99 carries a lot of different utilities in that major corridor up and down 99. We're definitely open to utilizing that fence system if we can. It's just one of the things that we don't know at this point in time, whether or not as we get into this, if this project moves forward, getting to the site plan level and finding out those kinds of things that we can or can't utilize in those spaces based on those utilities that they're utilizing that space as well on that side. So we're open to it. We just don't know if we can make a commitment to it because we don't know if the utility districts will allow us to do it at this point in time on that side. Streetlights, we were proposing the same streetlights as they are today. We don't know guarantees on their side that they'll ever make that switch over on their side, as Joe's listed on that side in regards to making the change over to an ornamental light. So we're staying with the status quo of what's on the public streets is what we're going to include is the gooseneck system that Middle Tennessee has for a standard streetlight on this side. If at that point in time that the Weston Village does move forward with the changeover swap over, I would have to anticipate our portion of the development would have to move forward with that choice at that point in time too. We're actually only extending one portion of a public right-of-way, which would be Monrovia, as we talked about, is about 500 feet from the park area back out to Armstrong Valley. So there'll only be a few lights to be talking about on that side as well. But we'll be staying in character with what's out there today, not knowing whether or not they'll move forward with their plans in the future to add decorative lighting on that side. In regards to the catalyst for mixed use, I do believe that this is a catalyst for mixed use. As I talked about the commercial highway district zoning that's to the west of us at the intersection of Veterans Parkway and Highway 99 could potentially become a very large area for a mixed-use type of facility out there that would have more than 3 or 4 stories involved in it. That land can be rezoned into a planned unit district, just as Weston Village was originally encompassed to be a planned district way back in the early 2000s, with the anticipation of 1, 2, or 3-story structures that we can see it being a catalyst for drawing more of these types of developments to this major intersection here on that side of town as development grows in this portion of Murfreesboro on that side. I'll let Ms. Schreiber talk about the architectural sides of things on that side, but I'll go through some of the other comments in regards to what Beverly had talked about on that side. We do have our own amenity package with this. Our CCRs will be different than their CCRs. We are not part of the CCRs. We did some research since we were at the workshop. We are solely separate from the CCRs that were part of the original Weston Village. So we'll be bringing forth our own CCRs as part of this development package to incorporate our guidelines for our 85 units and our retail component to the project on that side. So we'll be separate in regards to our side. But we do have amenities that will be solely for us on that, in regards to our uses on that side. The pool area and the clubhouse stuff will be part of a gated access point in regards to those uses. But the plaza spaces that we're talking about around the commercial elements in A, B, and C, those will be public facilities. I mean, we definitely want to have our neighbors in Weston Village, Weston Park, and other communities around the Highway 99 area to come utilize those spaces. As I talked about in my presentation, the only way to fully get a mixed-use development to fully function is the interaction of not only the residents that live in the development itself, but also those residents that live in and around the area to help engage those restaurants and office spaces and stuff like that to make this thing fully energized and to make it function as it really needs to function and survive in the long run on that side. So our increase in density is one of those things that comes along with this project of going from 24 to 85 units, because you need residents to help support those functions that are on the lower stories in the residential side, not only the residents that live there today, but our potential increase in our density on that side, but also the increase in density for this area of Murfreesboro, that side as well. Like I said, talked about connectivity and walkability. This is definitely playing into those original extremes of what we talked about back then. And this is, what we propose today is no different, or is different than what it was proposed in 2006, but the idea and the theologic idea of what we wanted to do in regards to mixed use are the same as it was back then. We've just reconfigured how the space is functioning in regards to the types of buildings and structures and outdoor spaces that we're talking about today on that side. Let's see any other thing here besides architecture. In regards to the notations about Weston Boulevard being a major access point, when this plan was originally conceived in 2005 or early 2000s, Weston Boulevard was always conceived to be a major access point in and out of this development, not only for Weston Park or the existing townhomes in Weston Village, but also this portion of development. It was always conceived to be the gateway to Weston Village on that side. So we're not changing the dynamics of what Weston Village intersection, the Weston Boulevard intersection is or was. It's still the same as it was before. We're just changing the way the boxes look inside the space that we have left in Weston Village on that side. So incorporating and making a change in regards to Weston Boulevard, we've addressed the concerns of the residents in regards to the number of accidents at Weston Boulevard, Old Salem Road, and Highway 99. We asked Mr. Robin Belashandra about the warrants for that traffic signalization. He says at this time that they have not seen any, have not had any documentation in regards to a signalization warrant being necessary at this time. That we may be required to do a traffic study as we get into the site plan level, which would then facilitate potentially getting a traffic analysis done. at which point then he would have to pass this on to TDOT because this is a state functioning roadway. TDOT would be the one to make the warrant analysis and whether or not they feel it's at this point in time or in the near future warranted for signalization at that intersection. So it's not one thing that we can say yes to at this point in time, but it's one of those things that has to be evaluated and the state has to take into consideration on that side as well. So on those sides. In regards to business types, we talked about some of the different business types in regards to we're talking about the retail and restaurant components on the first floors of A, B, and C. We did go back through and took out a few of the different uses that the residents are concerned about, tobacco shops, liquor stores, that kind of stuff. We went through and took out those types of uses they felt would not be a good neighborhood match on that side. The types of uses are outlined inside the pattern book that you guys have in front of you in regards to what we're doing on that side. The public has that in their hand as well in regards to that book that's available on that side. So we did want to make certain that we did include restaurants that did have liquor sales in regards to that because we don't want to, if we're from a standpoint of a residential mixed-use development, having functioning restaurants that have, drink beverages available for their services, we want to make sure that was enumerated in there on that side, but we did not include actual for-sale liquor stores in this proposal on that side. So we did hear some of the things that they did talk about. They may be small and not numerously visible in regards to what we brought back in the revised plan book, but that's what we've done at this point in time. So I think with that, unless you have any questions for me, I will turn it over to Candace to talk about architecture and such.
I think Ms. Jones has a question for you, Mr. Mulchan.
Just regarding, you talked about the HOAs, you've decided that those would be completely separate restrictions for each development. The existing development would have their continued HOAs, and then there'll be a new one for this new group?
Correct. As we've done our research, we found out that we are not tied into their CCRs. We are actually, the land that was left for this portion of the development has no relationship back to that CCR.
And so there won't be any shared, as there was originally potentially talking about. The rooftop decks that you're proposing on the buildings, so would those be that they're not private to any of the units? Are they just rooftop decks that are available to any of the people?
There is only one rooftop deck, and that's on Building D, which is in the presentation, as you saw, was on the far left-hand side of the western side. That's over by Armstrong Valley Road. So that third-story rooftop deck is part of the amenity package for the 85 condo unit users that are part of this portion of the Weston Village on that side. So as it is said that we've talked about in regards to other types of mixed use or apartment type structures, about talking about accessibility and safety, these buildings will all be utilized through a card system in regards to getting in and out of the buildings. That includes the outdoor pool area and the clubhouse area. So as being a resident of the 85 units that are in this project, you'd have gate access to the pool area, the fitness area, but also that third-story rooftop terrace. So that would be solely only for the unit users in part of the development on that side.
Buildings
in the buildings only,
have
yes.
access to all of those amenities in Building D. And has there been any discussion with the owner-developer or the person responsible for the restrictions? Did you discuss potential for some type of limitation on rentals at all? Or
We have brought that to our owner's notion. Brought to the awareness of our owner on that side. We don't have a number at this point in time as to what that restriction may be in that side. We're still working through that. Now we've done the research and realized that we are not part of the original Weston Village CCR. We are a separate piece of entity on that side. So they're working through it on their side to find out what kind of limitations they want to put on that from the standpoint of a rental side of things on that side. And I know that there was a percentage given in regards to what the existing townhome portion has from a rental side. So we're looking at it from the standpoint of if these 85 units do go forward, what is our limitation and what they want to have from a sales standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Mulchan?
I guess I have one question based on Building D and its proximity to the townhomes.
Yes.
Is there any noise type buffers that you're going to have in place?
In regards to the separation factor between the two, yes, the outdoor terrace on that side where we talked about there being, it's about 35 feet, I think it is, from the actual edge of the actual 3-story structure to the townhome, and I think it was about 17 feet or something like that from the edge of the pool area or the outdoor seating area that's along that to that house on that side. It was one of the requests that was done during the workshop, but also neighborhood meeting, was to go ahead and was there something that we can do to help buffer between those two, and we've gone back and added in some buffering landscape material in that green space between the pool deck and the existing townhome on that corner over there. So yes, we did hear that. We went back, added some plant material in there. We'll as we get if we got to the site plan level, we definitely would look at making certain that is as thick of a buffer as we can get between those two in regards to vegetative screening on that side.
I would say the same for the rooftop deck. Is there any consideration as to the limitation of noise buffers going back into the neighborhood versus going out to the street?
Like I said, the rooftop terrace is on the far western end of the development, so anything from the standpoint of the architecture, it actually funnels back towards the northwest. So the architecture of the building actually wraps around the terrace, so it would actually buffer any noise going back towards the existing neighborhood. It would be focused more towards Armstrong Valley, the Armstrong Branch Creekway there, and also the old WT's Market gas station over on that side. So it would be the buildings more or less between the terrace and back towards the neighborhood on that side.
All right.
Just one more general comment, too. I think it'd be beneficial for everyone related to the discussion surrounding the percentage of rentals on that, because I think it would benefit the developer to know what that number is, just from a standpoint of secondary market financing and the higher-end townhome products. The more available financing you have, the easier it will be to get financing to sell those units. So getting ahead of that rental piece on the front end is probably smart for the overall development.
Okay, I'll pass that on. I'll turn it over to Candace.
Hello again. We really appreciated all the neighborhood comments tonight, as well as at our previous meeting. We're currently in considerations of how we can better incorporate those into the architecture. And I also really appreciate the brick and glass, and we believe it is contextual to a residential building, although I do appreciate being able to think that one of my buildings could go into the Gulch. However, we are open to continuing to work with staff and work with the neighborhood to make a better architectural style that would benefit them and they would appreciate a little bit better.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Comments from the Planning Commission?
Oh, I was just going to comment in regards to the look and feel of the buildings. I definitely do like the look and feel of the buildings. I mean, I think they're really, really nice. But I do also understand the residents' concerns regarding the fact that they don't work as easily with the existing buildings that are there. There's no consistency at all between the two. But I struggle with the fact that these buildings are, the original properties were built, beginning in 2006, and so they have a certain look and feel. And now we're talking about 2019, and times change. And so I think there could be some compromise in between there if it's possible. I'm not sure. And I just noticed I was looking at the uses that we have listed, potential uses, unless I need to get my glasses out, which it could be possible, is one of the uses, it says SOAP, S-O-A-P. Did I see that?
On page 17.
17.
Ms. Jones, I think as part of like I said, these uses were extrapolated from the current zoning ordinance for CF zoning district. As like I said, we wanted to only incorporate certain uses out of the CF zoning. SOAP in there, I think, refers to like a bath and body type of shop in that regards. some place for in regards to say fragrancy soaps, that kind of stuff, bath soaps, that kind of stuff. So I mean, there is we all have seen an increase in bath bombs and other things like that. So you have a lot of little boutique shops that like to pop up that had that sales for soaps and beauty aids and that kind of stuff. So I think that might have been one of the reasons why soap was enumerated in there, and we wanted to keep it in there in regards to the chance that there might be a boutique shop that comes into this in regards to that, these uses on that side. So it does seem odd, but it is in the ordinance.
As we sit up here sweating under these lights, soap sounds pretty good.
Rob, I think that goes way back to when soap was manufactured, and because lye was used so predominantly in the manufacturing of soap, it put off such an odor that people would sometimes be opposed to soap manufacturing and soap being distributed next door to them. So I think it goes back that far, which I think that's no longer really a big concern, but I think that's where it originated into the ordinances. But
I think we can make some modifications to that use and talk about soap and beauty product sales. Maybe a better way to enumerate that inside the booklet.
Thank you for that historical reference, Mr. Smotherman. Any other comments from the Planning Commission?
I would like to agree with Kathy. I like the design of the buildings. I understand the residents' comments are not off to say that it was a dramatic change from the original plan to the new plan. It is a change, and I think Kathy makes a good point about the amount of time that has passed. I do think that the overall site plan is much more mixed-use friendly and encourages the mixed use of the residential with the commercial in a really street-friendly, neighborhood-friendly kind of way. I like the way the buildings are, they address the front of the street consistently and constantly rather than building and parking lot and building and parking lot. So I think that is really well done. I do think with the phasing, Building D obviously is 100% residential, and there's just a lot of the amenity and green space down there. It seems like the buildings A and B are a little shortchanged on that piece. It would be nice to see if they could have a little bit more. And then just one last comment about, there's a lot of reference to the number of units being added from 24 to 85, but also the fact that the reduction in commercial went from 56,000 to 30,000. So there's an offset of the traffic and impact there. But I do think it's a really nice mixed use approach. I think you all have a beautiful neighborhood, and I know it doesn't match quite as well. It sounds like there's some willingness to make some tweaks to make it a little more matchy, but I do think it's a really, I personally like the design. I think it would complement your neighborhood. But if there's a way to meet some way, it sounds like they're willing to do that, which is nice as well.
Any other comments?
This isn't a historical comment, so but as a former member of the Power Board, I've only seen one scenario where a neighborhood had their lights changed from what is traditionally used as street lights to more of an ornamental street light, and that was only because the planning book had not been followed that for that neighborhood showed ornamental lights, and they didn't use them. And we stick pretty closely to the planning books. So in that particular case, we went back and at the developer's expense of that neighborhood, because there was still money being held, was those streetlights were changed. It's not as simple as going out and changing streetlights, though, because of the distances and the lumen power and the altitude of where the lights actually sit. There's a significant difference in the distance between the lights. So when you look at the got a power expert sitting over here smiling at me like I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm doing good, okay. But really, truly, I don't think there's much scenario of lights being changed to ornamental lights, because it just isn't something that has traditionally been done. Not to say that it couldn't be done, but if it were done, it wouldn't be done at Murfreesboro Electric's expense. It would be done at the neighborhood's expense. So I know that had been mentioned earlier, and I just wanted to try and help clear that up.
Thank you. Okay, what are the wishes of this commission? If there's no further comments, we're ready for a motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I like the development overall. I think it will, we obviously thought the idea was good back in 2006 or whenever we originally did this, and I still think it's a good idea. I do like the mixed use. I like the retail with the residential component added in. I would like to see maybe some tweaking done to the design to possibly change that up a little bit to appease the neighbors a little bit more. But I like the design as it is, just whether it's actually perfect for where it sits. But if those are the type things that we could work on going forward, I would make a motion to approve, subject to any and all staff comments that have been made.
Okay, the motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. That moves us to the third and final public hearing of the evening. I'm going to give it just a second for the audience to clear.
Full screen. Sorry about that.
Okay. The next public hearing is a zoning application for approximately 41.69 acres located along Cason Trail to be rezoned from RS10 to PRD, known as Hidden River Estates PRD. Blue Sky Construction is the applicant. Ms. Rush.
Thank you. Go ahead and pull up my slides, if you could. The subject property is located along the north side of Cason Trail, east of Stony Meadow Drive, and along the west side of Murfreesboro Greenway on the Cason Trail trailhead. As stated, it's approximately 41.69 acres in size and currently zoned single-family residential, RS10. The zoning requested is a planned residential development for 374 housing units. Surrounding zoning districts are also single-family residential to the west and to the south. Further south, approximately 700 feet, is attached zoning residential, as well as multifamily and commercial, and then there's light industrial to the east. The future land use map of the Murfreesboro 2035 Comprehensive Plan recommends that the subject property develop as auto, urban, or general residential. The characteristics of this particular land use designation is that the units would be attached or detached. It includes duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, patio homes. The development would be less open, and there would be less separation between the buildings as compared to suburban areas. The intensity or density for this particular land use designation ranges between 3.54 and 8.64 dwelling units to the acre. It allows for units to be up to 42 feet in height, and it has to have a minimum of 2 stories. And then there are companion zoning districts that are compatible with this are listed on the screen. So the pattern book depicts 3 townhouse styles, including a 3-story townhome in the orange that would have rooftop terraces. These are proposed to be 40 feet, approximately 45 feet in height, and they're located along the eastern portion of the property. There's also a maximum 2-story townhouse that's in yellow, and that would be 35 feet in height, located along the main entrance and the interior roads. And then there's also townhomes with front entry garages that are in the brown, located along the west portion of the property, closest to this adjacent residential. The site plan depicts 2 entrances off of Cason Trail. There's the main entrance, and then recently the developer, in response to many staff comments, had added a second entrance a little bit just to the west of that. Staff had also asked for an emergency access, exit and ingress, and the developer had put notes on the site plan indicating that that would be located to the north end of the property. You'll also see pedestrian access points going to the trail from this particular development. Staff attended a neighborhood meeting that was hosted by the developer back in December. Staff also subsequently met with residents, a core group of residents, in mid-January. Many of the comments and concerns they expressed, I just want to briefly touch on before we go into the public hearing. The first one was density. Under the current zoning of RS10, the density is 4.35 dwelling units to the acre. The density for the proposed zoning is 8.9 dwelling units to the acre. This is consistent with the Murfreesboro 2035 plan. It's just slightly over, but it's basically consistent. The second item was traffic. So we've had many comments on traffic, and this area has been on the radar of city staff. And in response to some of the comments, the city directed the applicant to conduct a traffic analysis. And that report was completed and submitted to city staff, Sam Huddleston, and the city and the developer will address any issues recommended in that report. Another item was green space. The property is private property. It is not public, and as such, it's not designated as green space or open space. It is currently vacant. There are no structures on it, and there is a lot of vegetation, but it is private property. It is also in a flood zone. This is within a FEMA mapped floodplain. Construction is allowed in floodplain areas, and they must have the lowest floor elevation at or above the 100-year floodplain elevation. So that would be something that would be addressed through the development process to ensure that it's in compliance with the FEMA maps. There was also a comment about suitability of the development. There was a map in our 2035 comprehensive plan. It identified the property as undevelopable under the existing conditions, and the existing condition that triggered that was the flood zone. And as I just stated, once the flood zone, if they develop, they would have to develop to the elevation that's required, so that no longer becomes an issue. The 2040 Master Transportation Plan is incorporated in the 2035 Comprehensive Plan as far as the growth assumptions. So there was a lot of questions about our 2040 plan, if they had assumed any of the development and the traffic that would generate from this particular development, and the answer is yes, it did. And that's because those assumptions were based on the future land use map and the densities that were projected at that time that it was approved. Anytime we approve a zoning that doesn't comply, those assumptions were not addressed in our 2040 third plan. Habitat was another item. They provided staff a list of species, potential threatened, endangered, and species of special concern. And as part of this process, if there are species out there, the developer would have to coordinate with the Department of Environment and Conservation. There is a potential for a wetland on the property. The wetland in itself would require coordination with TDEC. So through this coordination process, if there are any habitat, it will be identified at that point. Last one is the bike lane, and this was brought to our attention, and staff actually feels like this is a good idea and is something that we could look into and pursue in the future. So that being said, the two things that staff does want to comment on is in this most recent pattern book, the second access on Cason Trail. It was just added, and it appears from the site plan that it wasn't planned really, because it shows that it goes right into a couple of parking stalls between two buildings. So staff would request that the developer and the applicant take another look at the site plan to accommodate that second access. Similarly, there's also the note for the emergency access that's identified at the north end of the property. We would like to see if the applicant could show the alignment of what that access would be and pursue acquisition of the easements for that. Thank you for tolerating my long presentation, but I wanted to make sure that everyone had that additional information in advance. And then, with that being said, if you have any questions about what I presented, I'm happy to answer. And the developer and the applicant is here to present more of the details of the plan. Thank you.
Any questions from Ms. Rush? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Roundtree.
Chairman Lamb, Commissioners, staff, my name is Clyde Roundtree, Huddleston Steel Engineering. I'm here with Bill Huddleston, who's also one of the engineers at Huddleston Engineering, and also Mr. Brian Burns, who is the owner of the property. And they will also, following my presentation, they have a brief presentation as well. Mr. Huddleston's going to look over some traffic and flooding concerns and drainage concerns, and Mr. Burns just has some general statements. So with that in mind, I just want to introduce you to Hidden River Estates. This is a project we're very excited about. We feel like it's going to be a trendsetter as far as residential development in Murfreesboro. I want to start out by telling you it is a gated community, which is very important to our process, and the fact that some of the deviations from the character of the neighborhood and just the overall character of the development, we wanted to make sure it had its own kind of separate identity. So that's a very important component to our process. First, I want to just say Mr. Burns, as far as you all are familiar with Blue Sky Construction, he has several successful developments within the Murfreesboro community, those being General's Retreat, General's Landing, General's Run, Cottages on Clark. And Mr. Burns is a thoughtful designer. His developments have a high-quality look, and he's got a long-standing commitment to Murfreesboro. So this is a project that he feels like will be a step up from the projects he's already done. And we know that General's Landing and Cottages on Clark are kind of standards within the Murfreesboro community that we reference a lot as far as townhome developments and single-family homes. So we're excited about this potentially being a new development that he can be a part of. He has taken a lot of vested ownership in this, and we have a very unique proposition with this development. So with that in mind, just want to introduce you to a few components of it. The project summary, as Marina has mentioned, we just want to let you know it is a gated community. It's an upscale quality. It's a healthy living community. It's an outdoor-oriented community, and we're pursuing an active lifestyle. So we feel like the people that will live in this community will be people that really cherish the outdoors and cherish access to the greenway. And within the development, there's a lot of opportunity for outdoor living within the development. You'll see that on the master plan. As Marina mentioned, it's 42 acres, 3 types of townhomes, 374 homes total, with 3 phases that are identified that'll be developed over a 7 to 10 year period. Site location, as was mentioned, I think the key thing we just want to let everyone know, this is at the northern portion of the trailhead for the Cajun Trail Greenway trailhead. And that's a big part of why Mr. Burns wants to be in this location. That is something we're excited about being closely related to. We're obviously excited about being adjacent to the Greenway, and we're tying into the Greenway as part of the philosophy of the development to make sure it's a green-oriented community. The overall site plan, as was mentioned, the 3 product types. The first one in orange is what we're calling the row. We'll get into more of those details in a moment. The yellow portions we're calling the villas, and the brown are called the estates. And if you can look at the general orientation of the buildings, one thing we're committed to, that all the buildings will front either some type of green space, whether that be the parkway, that is the main drive through the development, or whether the buildings will be adjacent to one of the active open spaces or formal open spaces. We wanted to make sure that everyone who lives in this community has access to green, the green space. So that was real key to us. The main spine basically has 2 roundabouts, and those basically lead us into development. Those roundabouts will be beautiful in themselves, but Mr. Burns sees those as having decorative concrete, lushly landscaped, and connecting us to various portions of development. The first roundabout is the main entrance, and the main entrance is key in the fact that that's where the amenity center is going to be. And as we look at phasing, we'll look at phasing in just a moment, but we want to make sure that the amenity center is something that is committed to from the inception of development. It's not something that we commit to as an idea and potentially never gets built. So the amenity center is very much a part of the development because it sets the tone for the overall community. As I mentioned, the rows are 2,000 square foot minimum units, and they're basically the orange portion along the Greenway. The villas are 1,400 square foot minimum units. They're the yellow portion. And then the estates are the 1,800 square foot minimums. One exception to that is there will be some 2-bedroom estates that go down to 1,400 square feet, but the majority of them will be 1,800 square feet or greater. Phasing, as was mentioned, is important. Phase 1 it consists of the amenity center, the main entrance, multiple row buildings, as well as multiple villa buildings, and has a small formal open space that's on the top portion of the drawing. We wanted to make sure we tried to minimize the impact on Phase 1 as far as the adjacent relationships to the neighborhood by making sure our buildings were perpendicular to the property line and that particular portion, and also allowing green space to back up to the neighbors as much as possible. As I mentioned, the Phase 1 has the amenity center, again, very, very important for the overall philosophy of the development. Phase 2 is more the center portion of the development. That is the largest green space within the development. That'll be a part of Phase 2. That'll have all three types of products represented, the road, the villas, and the estates. And then Phase 3 is the latter portion with another small green space. As far as the major transportation plan, Mr. Huddleston will elaborate more on what we're looking at with traffic concerns, but just some proximity relationships. The site's 2.5 miles from the interchange of I-24 and New Salem Road, so we feel like that's a great proximity relationship to the development. It's less than a mile from Cason Trail, which is also important. And then through the development where Cason Estates are, there's multiple ways to get to Cason Trail. So there's multiple ways to leave the site to move through from the development to Cason Trail. The row, as I mentioned, these are the higher end homes in the development. They're adjacent to the greenway. They are, as Marina mentioned, 45-foot tall units. They're brick, hardy board and stone with vinyl soffits and aluminum trim. They have 2-car garages with rear access, and they're a minimum of 2,000 square feet, and all of them are 3-bedroom. As I mentioned, they look like a row. That's why we're calling them the row. They have rooftop, garden, patio type styles, as well as over the rear access, over the basically the parking. We're going to have some kind of a deck as well. So there'll be outdoor living on basically the carport level, on the main level of the house, but it'll be serving as the carport, and then we'll have outdoor living on the tops of the structures as well. So we're confident that these buildings will be one of the first to sell. We're excited about that, but also the fact that we feel like they're going to be, the location to the greenway is going to make them very appealing to a lot of different types of buyers. And the fact that there's a lot of outdoor living associated with the buildings themselves, with rooftop garden and the decks, will make it very appealing to a broad market. The next are the villas, and just for a comparison, the villas are comparable to Cottages on Clark, which is, as I mentioned, a very successful townhome development on West Clark that Mr. Burns is proud of and has done very, very well with. So the character is different in the fact that we're enhancing the facades and adding more architectural details on these particular units, but as far as the floor plans are concerned, they are the same as Cottages on Clark. They're 2- and 3-bedroom townhomes. They share a common parking area, and their minimum square footage is 1,400 square feet. But as I mentioned, they're all fronting some kind of green space or fronting some sort of a formal open space or active open space. The last are the estates, and they would be comparable to what Mr. Burns built in General's Landing. They're not single-family homes, but they're brick, hardy board stone, and vinyl siding and aluminum trim. They're 2- and 3-bedroom attached homes, and they are basically have 1- and 2-car garages. There's a combination of 1- and 2-car garages on these plans. They range from 1,900 square feet up to 2,800 square feet, and basically what you see there is that they'll have driveways, so they'll below the driveway, so there'll be ample parking on these units as well, and the majority of them front the large major open space on the development. The amenity center is next, and that's really significant. As we mentioned, that's kind of setting the tone for the whole development. It'll consist of a clubhouse, 3,000 square foot clubhouse. It'll be originally with the initial development, it'll probably be the sales center, but as the community develops, that'll go into a space that'll be used for different kinds of activities within the community, and it may be a space where they can have exercise facilities, yoga facilities, what have you, but more of a place that could be for rental use by the residents. And the pool itself will back up to the Cason Trailhead kind of park area. And there's a little building, sorry, the qualities will pour on this particular image, but there's a kayak and bike storage. We want to provide some sort of storage for residents of the development to have a place to store their bicycles, store their kayak for easy access onto the greenway. Also shown on this is the elaborate front entrance that we're really excited about, kind of setting the tone as well for the development. So the last component of our presentation is really the healthy lifestyles approach that we're taking. There's approximately 12 acres of open space on the development, and open space requirements are part of any development now in Murfreesboro, but we're very committed to making sure these open spaces are very significant to the overall functioning of this development and the overall lifestyle of the development. There's over a mile of sidewalks within the development. There'll be a dog park within the development. There's play fields within the development, and really, since it is gated, we expect that there'll be a lot of community built within the development around these green spaces. As we mentioned, it has access to the Stones River Greenway. It has a large pool and sunning area associated with the Amenity Center, and we want to have a place where kayaks are easily moored from this development, as well as easy access to the Greenway. So in the end of our story, we feel like it's a first-class lifestyle community that has its own distinction unique to Murfreesboro. It's an opportunity for Mr. Burns to continue his continued quality development within the city. And we know that it's a controversial location. That's what we're going to hear a lot about tonight. We did have a neighborhood meeting that was very well attended. A lot of the issues were, displacement of wildlife and how we're going to handle that. The fact that we're taking down green land. It's not really green space, as Marianne pointed out. So we'll do our best tonight to respond to the concerns that the neighbors have. We appreciate the opportunity to present the project. Again, we're very excited about bringing this to Murfreesboro as really a Class A development that's unique to the city at this point with an outdoor living type of community like this. If you have any questions for me, I'd love to answer them. Mr. Huddleston's going to come up and follow up with concerns over drainage and over traffic, and then, as I mentioned, Mr. Burns wants to follow up the two of us.
Members of the Planning Commission have any questions for Mr. Roundtree at this time?
Mr. Roundtree, what are you proposing on the east side of the property that coincides with the river there, as far as fencing, or how do you have a gated community when you're up next to a greenway type area? Is that aluminum fencing that you could see through, or what are you proposing there?
There's several components on the east side that are important. Really, the property line is not, we're not right on the greenway, so there's a lot of natural vegetation that remain along the greenway. Right. And then as you move further in towards our property, all of our detention is along that area. So that's really to create more separation from the structures and the greenway. As far as how we're going to contain the space gated-wise, Mr. Smotherman's probably going to be on the back side of that parking lot. And then we're trying to work with the Parks Department as far as how to control the access. That's still something that they're working through with us to know whether we have one access point. Right now we're showing 3 access points. But the intention is that there be a physical separation, whether that be just the detention areas and just the physical separation they create. And then when you pass over those detention areas, that's kind of a, for lack of a better term, kind of a crossing through those detention areas that gets you to the greenway. And those we know will have some kind of controlled access at this point. But that's as far as we define it at this point.
So with the 3 access points, are you assuming that there would be like man gates at each one of those where you would have a pad or something that you'd punch into to get into the neighborhood?
That's the assumption. The Parks Department is kind of working with us on trying to figure out whether they just want 1 or 2 or 3. They haven't gotten back with us specifically on the amount. And then what they brought up is that if we access it from the development, that means people from the greenway can access the development as well. So they want to make sure there's some kind of control that makes sense for the residents of the development, and make sure it's not an easy access, just walk into the development. So we don't know exactly how it's going to be controlled, but the anticipation is that each one will be controlled with some sort of an access key or a fob or something along those lines.
Yeah, as a Parks and Recreation member, I guess I'm on every board in Murfreesboro, sounds like. But from the Parks and Recreation standpoint, you would almost need to mark those as private walkways or something like that, so that people aren't confused who are on the greenway to believe that is part of their walking path. I guess they could walk up to the gate if they wanted to, but that would be as far as they could go. So I think there would be some signage or something that would be required to identify that and make it clear that that's not going up to a public playground or something like that.
Absolutely. And one thing we talked about, Eddie, was just making sure that, knowing that would be a potential concern, is that someone just think the greenway goes to the left because there's a walkway going that way, that we would denote that somehow, whether our property line is delineated. But also I talked to Mr. Burns, making sure that those walkways are wide enough and that there's green space around them so they don't become something that would be a hidden danger in a sense where someone could be back there and all of a sudden someone
You want a
walks in
safe
there.
walkway, but at the same time, you want it to be understood that it's private.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Something we're working through.
And I would think, that might be similar to, over off Thompson Lane, you've got Rivermont Apartments, and from Rivermont Apartments, they can all walk straight down to the Greenway, right there. The Greenway runs right through there. I watch people walk up and down through there all the time, but it's normally people from the apartments that are walking down to the Greenway. I don't really see people walking from the Greenway.
That's not really a gated community.
It's
This
not
is
a
actually
gated
a different
community.
situation.
But is it gated just for, is it supposed to be gated for pedestrian access or gated just for vehicular access? I mean, I don't know if they intend to have a fence around their entire perimeter of their property or not, but.
Yeah, and we also have times that, at which we close off the Greenway system. And so I would think that if you did do the keypads or the fob pads or something like that, that you'd need to have those on timers so that they're sensitive to not allowing even people from the neighborhood to go down to the river after 9 o'clock, I think is the cutoff time down there. But I think there's potential of actually improving security along the Greenway at that time.
That's a great point.
And I just had one more comment, Mr. Roundtree, just like looking at the front of our plan book here, it shows the roundabout with the bricked, which looks very nice. It also shows the sidewalks as being bricked and more of a serpentine style. And then there are some pictures throughout the book that have, and I realize they're pictures from other developments and things that have just a regular concrete sidewalk straight away. But I take it for this development, it is the way you all have it drawn in is what you're anticipating for this development, not the other pictures that you have from other developments.
We talked about that. Really, the two competing forces we're working through is we want that main road through the development to be fantastic as far as lush landscape, streetscape, ornamental lighting, really a high-end kind of feel. The only issue we're talking about is I brought up to Mr. Burns a few days ago going, we want to make sure if kids want to rollerblade and skateboard that it's not something that's a rumble strip that's prohibitive for them using it for activity. So it's a little bit of a hybrid between how much decorative concrete we have. Is it just at the ribbons or is it all the way down the line? But our goal is to make sure from a scale standpoint that it feels very intimate. We want the buildings to address that main central spine through the development. We use the roundabouts really to kind of slow down any kind of traffic and really kind of make the experience feel softer. And so Mr. Burns, that's one thing he reiterated. We really want it to be lush landscape so it has that real kind of green feel. So more details coming as far as exactly how those sidewalks will be developed, but that's our intent to make it very, very nice.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Roundtree? Mr. Huddleston.
Good evening, Chairman Lamb and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Bill Huddleston, president of Huddleston Steel Engineering here in Murfreesboro. I wanted to address some engineering issues on this project. These are issues that we hear just about every time we start a project, and they're issues that we have to deal with to make sure that a project's going to work. I know the hour's getting late and there's some residents that want to speak, so I'll try to be brief. The three main issues I would like to address on the front end are traffic, drainage, and the floodplain. We did work with staff and we prepared a traffic impact analysis for this project. We focused on three main intersections, the intersection of Cason Trail and Stony Meadow, the intersection of Cason Trail and River Rock Boulevard, and the intersection of River Rock Boulevard with Stony Meadow. First component of a traffic study is to count the traffic. And so we counted the traffic at those intersections, and in terms of capacity, the traffic at those intersections is relatively light. The next part of a traffic study is to generate the traffic that a project is going to cause. And so we focused on the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour to see what kind of traffic this project would generate. In the AM peak hour, these 384 units generate 171 trips, which averages about 3 every minute. The main enter or exit of those trips in the AM peak hour are exiting trips. More people are leaving to go to work or school. And so there are 132 exiting trips in the morning. That corresponds to about 2 every minute. In the afternoon, this project generates 196 PM peak hour trips, which again is about 3, averages about 3 a minute. But in the afternoon, more people are coming home as opposed to leaving, so you got 123 trips entering the development, which is about 2 per minute. Then we distribute that traffic. We got to figure out where it's going to go. We review existing and potential development in the area. We consider existing traffic volumes, geographic characteristics, and the roadway network. And then we assign the traffic to the roadway network. And again, we looked at those 3 main intersections. What we found was, given the relatively light nature of the traffic out there, there is a lot of through movement on River Rock. There's not many turning movements on and off, that these intersections will continue to operate appropriately given our project. Now, there is a separate right turn lane at the intersection of River Rock Boulevard and Cason Trail, an eastbound right turn lane that exists now, because that right turn lane gets pretty high in the morning. It could be that a right turn lane going westbound at that intersection could be added to help traffic. That turned out to be the highest turning movement that resulted from our traffic that was generated for this development. Another issue I wanted to talk about was drainage. On this project, as on every project we do, we're going to have to handle the drainage so that the water leaving the site does not exceed the pre-development rate of water leaving the site. In other words, after we develop, the water's not going to be going any faster out of there than it goes now. We're going to accomplish that by 2 detention ponds, as Mr. Roundtree said. Those detention ponds are basically between where the units are and where the Greenway Trail and the river are, so they provide a good buffer between our development and the Greenway Trail and the river. We also have to treat our water. We treat our storm water by holding it in these retention ponds, and the idea is that we hold it for at least 24 hours, and that way the sediment settles out and doesn't get to the river, and because sediment is the main pollutant in our creeks and rivers in this city. And the third thing is floodplain. It was mentioned that this project is in the floodplain. Really, about half of it's in the floodplain. But we have to adhere to City of Murfreesboro regulations and FEMA regulations when we develop in the floodplain. Now, what that means is we can fill in the floodplain, but we cannot fill in the floodway. And the idea is that the FEMA models assume that there's going to be development like this all up and down the river channel. And as we fill towards the river channel in the floodplain, we preserve the floodway, so that allows the water to keep going through there. So in a 100-year rainfall event, if everybody developed all the way upstream like we're talking, and we developed, the 100-year flood elevation doesn't raise more than a foot. And that's meeting FEMA regulations and City of Murfreesboro regulations. Appreciate the opportunity to bring these issues up on the front end. Hopefully, the residents will understand some of that. If not, they're free to call me. I'm here. I've been here a while, and I hope to be here a while. I will be here a while tonight to answer some questions. I can answer some now from you or after the public hearing.
Okay, does the Planning Commission members have any questions for Mr. Huddleston?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. It's my understanding that, man, I've been all over the place tonight, but the weather has gotten pretty bad to the west of us, and we've got the police monitoring it. If conditions deteriorate, we may have to evacuate, and if we do, we'll probably just go straight down the hallway to the stairs and go down to the bottom level of the building in the bottom parking garage. So that's the plan for evacuation if we need to evacuate, but they're watching it, monitoring it, and if it gets bad, we'll let you know.
Thank you, Eddie. Any questions from Mr. Huddleston? Bill, on the concept plan on the front of the pattern book here, the brick-colored or the rusty-colored roundabout and sidewalks, are they brick pavers or are they stamped concrete?
Roundabout appears to be stamped concrete.
About the sidewalks that are colored the same?
Stamped concrete.
Okay. If you'll hang around, we may have questions for you at the end.
I'll hang around.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
That being said, Mr. Burns, did you have something? Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Lamb. I'll make mine very, very brief. I know there's a lot of people want to talk. Like I said, my name is Brian Burns. I'm with Blue Sky Construction. And I want to talk a little about Blue Sky more so than this project. We've built several townhome projects here in town. We've done General's Landing, General's Run, Clark Boulevard. And I'm very prideful of our neighborhoods. I try to make our neighborhoods and our townhomes look second to none. That's our niche, is to build very nice townhome projects. And really the only difference I plan on doing on this project is really just upping our game even more. I don't want people coming in here 5 years from now telling you how some great project in Franklin looks. I want them bringing this project up as what they want to copy or make out of. And that's our goal here, is to make this project the nicest project in Rutherford County. I have made that my point to Clyde and Bill since I've found this piece of property. I want it to be second to none, and we'll do what it takes. And I know Ms. Jones had asked something about the sidewalks. My goal is to, on the main greenway, is to make the sidewalks stamped concrete to match the turnarounds. Some of the people I'm working with who are helping me promote it as a healthy lifestyle want me to kind of limit where people can roller skate, rollerblade on it. Since I don't roller skate, rollerblade, I guess I don't share those. But so I'm around too, and I'll let everybody else talk, and I'll hear for any questions that anybody has.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, and I'll just comment, I appreciate that, I just want to make sure we know what we're going to get, and we decide that before, so the plan book will match whatever, and we know what we would expect to get in the end, whether it would be the stamped concrete or whichever, we need to rollerblade and roller skate on it, then, whatever. But
yes, ma'am.
just want to make sure we know what we're getting if we get it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm sure we've got quite a few people who'd like to speak. Once again, be mindful of the 3-minute time limit so everybody can get up. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Ask anybody to come forward that'd like to speak.
Chairman Lamb and members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns with you tonight. My name is Tavener McKelly. My husband and I live at 1941 Stony Meadow Drive. And I would say I represent this group, but I'm not going to fill the whole 5 minutes just to fill 5 minutes. Just want you to know that I was the one that started the petition, and I have a copy of that here for you. We moved to Murfreesboro approximately 5 years ago to get away from the congested traffic and increasing crime rates of a larger city, and Murfreesboro's reputation of being a growing city, but also one that realized the importance of offering residents a higher quality of life appealed to us. We specifically loved the Case and Grove neighborhood because of the easy access to the Greenway and the park at Case and Trailhead. When I heard about the plans to destroy 41 acres of established urban forest along the Greenway, I was speechless. There are many cities that spend thousands of dollars and even more man-hours campaigning for residents to plant more trees, even organizing city-wide tree planting events to build and create what this builder is asking the city to consider tearing down. I am a major animal lover and have been ever since I was little, so my very first thought about this development was the wildlife that would be displaced when the bulldozers started plowing through the space that has been their home forever. Within the last 6 months, I've watched raccoon, possum, coyotes, skunks, rabbits, a large group of wild turkeys, and at least 20 deer walk past my backyard, which is where phase 1 of the 3-story condos would be built. Every summer, we have watched the new deer moms bring their new baby fawns to our backyard. Yesterday, I noticed that one of the does was pregnant, is showing just a little bit, and knowing that it takes up to 10 weeks before a new fawn is able to even stand up and run to follow the mother out of the woods when the woods start coming down, it occurred to me that they're going to need to find new places to go. I thought about how the engineer, Mr. Roundtree, stated on December the 18th at the community meeting that there would be no plans or no effort to relocate the wildlife. And so it occurred to me that this development, if it's approved, the developer starts bulldozing before the end of June when they're ready to follow their moms out of the woods, that they would just be simply running over the baby deer. And I know that it sounds like a crazy question, but I want it to be answered. I want to know, what is the plan? And if you do plan to simply run over the deer babies before they're able to stand up, I want it to be on the record that you approve that. The disappearing green spaces all over this side of town has caused wildlife to run out of new places to go. The developer has said that they will find somewhere else to go. And while some of the wildlife will find other places to go and new space, there will also be deer and other animals that end up in the streets causing accidents and causing problems for homeowners when the wildlife moves into our yards. There are many concerns about this development. I asked our group to each pick one to focus on so that we didn't just all ramble and be repetitive. Wildlife was mine. They're going to share theirs. We're worried about losing the established urban forest, but we also have many other concerns. So they've taken the time to show up tonight to express those concerns, and thousands more have signed the petition that I started. As of tonight, we're close to 4,500 signatures. So here they are, along with all the comments. And I really hope that you take the time to read. There's over 200 pages of thoughts that people took the time to share with you. We appreciate the role that you play in ensuring that our community is safe and an enjoyable place to live, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McKelly.
Good evening. My name is Jim Stevens. I currently live at 2534 Wellington Place. It's just a few blocks from the development. I want to respect the time restraints here, so if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and read my stuff to move things along. My major concerns are the traffic and traffic safety concerns, and with respect to Mr. Huddleston's analysis, I'll give you some observations. The roadways through the adjacent neighborhoods and thoroughways are already seriously congested. I've personally experienced larger and larger traffic backups and delays. Waiting times at various intersections have become ridiculous. Many times, citizens have to wait through several light cycles on Cason Lane and intersections are blocked due to frustrated drivers attempting to navigate the congestion. Frustration also leads to traffic violations and increase in safety issues and accidents. I've witnessed numerous drivers in the turning lane on Cason Lane to travel many blocks in the turning lane because they're frustrated with a backup, only to cut into traffic already waiting. I not only have witnessed drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists, but have also myself been nearly struck by vehicles traveling down these turning lanes. Such congestion and frustration contributes to road rage incidents, something Murfreesboro and Rutherford County residents have already observed at its worst. Drivers tend to use the adjacent neighborhood streets as cut-throughs, exposing many more residents, drivers, pedestrians, and children to a risk of personal injury. Many of these roadways are already beyond their analyzed capacities by more than 50%, and I'm talking about utilizing data that is on the city's own website. That doesn't even take into account the effect that the other developments already under construction and approved that are not even fully occupied. So we've not even seen the effect of those. Current improvements on New Salem would have little or no effect to relieve such congestion in the neighborhood communities. Finally, the development's original plans indicated only one road for ingress and egress on Cason Trail at the trailhead, meaning that 300 to 600 vehicles coming and going to the development have to utilize this one location. That's, a serious traffic safety issue, not to mention access for emergency vehicles, first responders, and evacuation procedures. It appears the developers updated the plan to include a second entrance also located on Cason Trail, maybe 100 feet or so from the original. This does nothing to address the issue of all the traffic into the development still has to pass through one intersection at Cason Trail and Stony Meadow Drive. Additionally, I'd like to know if any traffic safety or any other impact study had been performed, and I'd like to see the results of the study. I understand what Mr. Huddleston said. According to the MTP and Technical Memorandum 2, traffic planning is based on time-dependent behavioral modeling. This means rush hour traffic is averaged out during a 24-hour day, 7 days a week. In that domain, there's no such thing as a rush hour. Traffic moves along at an average over 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at a constant rate. Think about that for a minute. When you're in your car, stuck in traffic, does traffic move along at a constant rate? Further, I'd respectfully ask that any such study be done utilizing methodology or methodologies that are appropriate to the actual issue. I plan to live here many years, and I'm very concerned about other issues that might affect my safety and quality of life, as well as the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jacqueline Brown. I live at 2302 Riverstone Drive, less than a mile from the proposed rezoning area. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our concerns concerning the floodplain. And no, I don't need any of that explained to me. I already know that this council is not going to approve anything that's illegal. You guys have already taken care of that, and I'm fully aware of that part. Our concern isn't whether it's legal or not, it's whether it's a really good choice to destroy a floodplain. Floodplains don't just sit there and look pretty or have deer in them. They function as a safety net for everyone downriver and everyone surrounding the property. Currently, our stormwater drains into this and is absorbed. Trees can absorb so much water. In fact, this 41 acres is capable of absorbing 1.4 million gallons of water from the trees. Condos, not so much. They don't absorb the water. And while federal regulations will restrict how fast this water can be released into the river, that doesn't change the fact that more is going to have to go into the river, or more is going to have to come into our neighborhood, because now that water is not being absorbed by the trees. It has to go somewhere. That's just a simple fact of the physics of it. And it's not like flooding is unusual in the city. Studies done by Murfreesboro themselves in 2000 showed that this fork of the river actually, instead of flooding at catastrophic levels once every 100 years, already 20 years ago was having catastrophic floods every 50 years. So it's not a question of if it's going to flood, because it will. It's what are we doing disaster preparedness-wise when it does. We like to criticize other communities for not being prepared for disasters, for building in areas that are prone to fire without good access points to get out. I would hate to see Murfreesboro make the same mistake in building on a floodplain in a highly dense manner that is going to reduce the amount of water absorption that this can handle. The city was right in its original choice that if we're going to develop this at all, It should be residential and sparsely, not over doubling the density, and thereby reducing the ability of this area to function as a floodplain. It already has a function, and we are about to take away that function without any clear plan on how to replace that function. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to be next?
I'd like to thank the Commission for hearing our concerns and considering them. My name is Beverly McNutt. My husband Leo and I live at 2129 Eastview Drive. We also own 1407 Dodd Trail, where my 85-year-old mother lives. Both properties are less than a half a block from the proposed development. We take my mom to the Cason Lane Trailhead, Park, and Greenway regularly with the grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, and that time together is very precious to our family. We purchased both homes here because of the safe, family-friendly environment, and the parking on the Greenway were a big part of that decision. The Cason neighborhood is defined as 96 North, the Stones River East, 99 South, and Puckett Creek West. This neighborhood currently has approximately 5,500 single-family homes and attached townhomes. There are also multiple thousands of existing apartment units and hundreds more under construction, making this the most densely populated area of the city. The Cason Trailhead Park and Greenway is the only public green space available for the estimated 12,000 to 18,000 citizens who make this area their home. The developer claims that his planned residential development or his second choice of 200 single-family homes would improve the affordable housing issue that we're currently all going through. The developer states that the majority of units would be priced between $300,000 and $600,000. I've talked to mortgage lenders as well as a local insurance agent. The FEMA cap for flood insurance is $250,000, which would leave the majority of the units undercovered and would add at least $100 a month either to the cost of the mortgage or through additional HOA fees. Commonly accepted mortgage guidelines require that housing costs do not exceed 30% of gross income. Example, $250,000 30-year mortgage at current rates, plus taxes and insurance, plus flood insurance, plus HOA fees make a minimum of $68,000 annual income necessary for the smallest units in this development. The higher-priced units would require $100,000 to $150,000 annual income. This would put affordability well beyond Murfreesboro's median annual income of $53,000. The Cason Trailhead and Greenway is a vital part of this very large community. Because of the many unanswered questions concerning traffic, and I'm not talking about the study that he's done, I'm talking about construction traffic that's going to impact this area for 7 to 10 years. The environmental impact, the quality of life impact, I ask that there be no disturbance of this property. The city is developing at such a rapid rate that residents are feeling overwhelmed, overcrowded, and are concerned that the city is truly considering the needs and safety of the residents rather than meeting the desires of builders and developers. And quite frankly, I personally, and I've heard a lot of other people, we take exception with separate identity gated community. This is our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and family, council members, thank you. My name is Corey Colley, and I live at 1311 Dodd Trail. Apologize if my heart is pounding. This is a little exciting. So I just want to touch on some key points, and hopefully they haven't been redundant. The first one, which I've never heard anyone mentioned, in my outfit or my uniform, I'm a registered nurse, and I have some other thought process about safety and some issues which are very legitimate for the traffic issues and stuff. My biggest concern, to start off with, is the overloaded schools at Rockvale and Cason Lane Elementary, which are the adjacent property or the school zones that are here. We have an apartment complex behind the new Sonic and the gas station there. We've got 2 apartment complexes on Cason across from this grocery store, Walmart. Now we're building this one. If we take 380 and just do an easy 2-person thing, we can't discriminate against children. We have no idea how many kids are coming, and we keep using the word affordable. I think of affordable as me with someone with kids. How can these school zones accommodate thousands extra? They're loaded to the max, and no one has addressed that issue yet. I've reached out to the state fire marshal's office, and they are putting up their hands. We don't really know who's going to be handling this. I'll be the first to speak on a national level as I keep track of everyone I'm talking to if one child is hurt. And that's just my start of that. There's too many apartments already being built for these school zones. They can't go into the adjacent Scales Elementary without our busing issues and other discussions for another conversation. We're completely asking, or me as myself is asking, just to stop multi-family units. I keep hearing the 2040 plan, the 2035 plan. What I hear is what we should change it to is the Atlanta, Georgia, let's jam up Murfreesboro plan. How about we stop building apartment complexes and condos, depending on who buys them, what you call them, and let's put them in some single-family homes, affordable. Again, we're using that word, from 1,500, 2,200 square feet, but even in my house in that range, and I can't $250,000 is what my house is going for right now. Not bragging, it's insanity is what I think. The other part of it is Stony Meadow itself, and I'm sorry, let's back up. I've had a conversation with one of the gentlemen here, and I appreciate the information. If you look at the actual trailhead itself, you cannot physically put a car on each side and 2 cars in the middle passing. Minus multiple exits and entrance, you can't do it. Go down Stony Meadow. It's about the same thing. You've now eliminated safe travel for pedestrians, bicyclists, mothers, and babies, as my wife would be trying to travel down that road. An accident is about to happen, but let's stop this before an accident actually happens. A similar complex was stopped in Clarksville, and I apologize if I don't have the name. I couldn't gather that while I was putting this together. For speeding issues alone from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, which I've reached out to again, but still they're throwing their hands up, and as I've told them, I will go out to every national news organization when one person's hit. I'm keeping track of everything. I've heard several times on 2 different meetings, and I apologize, I can't quote anybody, but my reference was that the city or someone in the government issues would accommodate widening streets, stoplights, studies, drainage systems, etc. I believe it was mentioned twice. How about we not irritate people even more and use taxpayers' money and stop that already insanity? Because here we're using that word, accommodate the builder, accommodate the construction company. How about you accommodate this? Accommodator people are the ones who aren't here.
So please don't disrupt the meeting. Corey, you're about out of time, sir.
So sorry. Let's accommodate the voters themselves. Myself, as a registered nurse, work in the field, work in the system with doctors, providers, nurses, pharmacists, therapists. We have Nissan workers here. We have Verizon workers. As we talk to everybody, everyone has amply listened. This story has actually attracted local attention on News Channel 2, 4, 5, and 11. It just blows my mind. Thank you. So we're asking you that you accommodate the voters, and a simple, easy solution is A, don't issue the building permits because we feel something funny anyway. Why would someone buy property before it got rezoned? Something weird's going on. That's just my personal opinion. We would ask, though, if this does continue on, how about let's limit the number of things for safety issues. Instead of going to 380, how about we go down to 200 units? How about instead of the 200 houses, let's go down to 100, increase the buffer zones, and then the builder and Mr. Burns, I believe, they can have their money and they can have their stuff, and the communities can still reduce the safety issues, and we can actually have these zones where people can still use the greenway and both parties win. In the future, we're hoping that elected officials or appointed officials will help us out as we're speaking our concerns. If not, we will be going to the polls soon enough, and we'll speak with the push of a finger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Corey.
Robert Armstrong, 1215 River Rock Boulevard. I do not wear the green shirt, but I speak with equal fervor for those who do. I do not often walk the Greenway. I walk it occasionally, much to my great pleasure. I have not seen a turkey or a deer on the Greenway, but I'm sure they're there. They are there because there's no place else for them to go. My house will not flood, even with the excess runoff caused by paving over 41 acres of absorbing ground cover. These concerns are my neighbors. The protection of the greenway, the preservation of the wildlife habitat, and the prevention of future flooding. These are my concerns, my neighbors' concerns, and worthy concerns they are. My concern, however, is for something I use daily, Cason Lane. That traffic artery clogged by traffic plaque as well as coronary arteries are clogged by cholesterol. When I first arrived here 19 years ago, Cason Lane was a bucolic byway virtually devoid of traffic. Not so anymore. Traffic has proliferated exponentially until it is now carrying more than or almost twice the amount of traffic that it was designed to safely bear. My neighbors say that this project will add 500 cars to the mix. My neighbors are wrong. They would be right if each car made a single one-way trip daily. But cars don't make one-way trips. They go to work and come back. They go to Kroger and come back. They go to Dollar General, Walgreens, the movies, fast food establishments, and they come back. Not 500 impacts per day, more like 2,000 to 3,000 additional vehicle impacts per day. I want you to heed what the wisdom of Holy Scripture tells you. It is easier for a car to pass through the eye of a needle than to pass through the intersection of Old Fort Parkway and Cason Lane. Caution, Commissioners. Caution.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I totally agree with you.
I don't have a comedian act. I'll be pretty simple. My name is Tara Jones. I live at 803 Cason Lane. I have actually lived in Cason Lane area for 33 years. I grew up there. I actually bought the house that I grew up in because my parents retired and moved to Florida. Lucky them. I know everything's been addressed. My main concern, obviously, is the traffic on Cason Lane. It does take me 22 minutes in the morning to go 1.1 miles from my house to 96. So with additional traffic from this development, and yeah, it is pretty, but I'm just nervous about all of that. I don't want to lose the one asset that our community has with that area back there. It's quiet. Where do we get quiet in Murfreesboro? I know development is huge. My husband is a construction supervisor. I live construction. I know it's important. I'm not trying to say it's not. I'm so passionate about being able to come home, get away from a concrete jungle, get away from cars, get away from noise. I don't feel that this is going to allow us to have that quiet. And that's important for our health in a community, just to keep our sanity, because when we're trying to get down Cason Lane and all that, we're a little crazy. So I would just appreciate you really think about what that park area means to us at the trailhead. It's quiet. We can go and have a conversation. You can't walk down Cason Lane on those sidewalks. It's dangerous. I mean, cars get closer. I don't feel safe with my child. I don't feel safe with my dog. We can't hear each other when we're talking. That's family time to go out there and sit in that park and hear the birds and just the quiet. So that's my main thing, is I just really want to keep that beautiful space the way it is. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you for hearing me. My name's Tricia Gately, and I live at 1002 East Northfield Boulevard. So I don't live near this area, but I'm speaking as a member of the Audubon Society and the American Birding Association, and as someone who appreciates the bird life in this area that we're talking about. On a recent visit to that part of the Greenway, I saw 11 different species of birds, including robins, chickadees, sparrows, cardinals, downy woodpeckers, a kingfisher, mallards, crows, a great blue heron, bluebirds, and our state bird, the mockingbird. If we diminish their habitat, common sense tells us that it will cause harm to wildlife. Sadly, many native songbirds are already decreasing in number, and it is estimated that North America has over 1 billion fewer birds than it did 40 years ago. According to Ken Rosenberg of the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, the top 3 threats to birds overall are habitat loss, and habitat loss. We can't just keep building and expect birds and other wildlife to adapt or adjust. There comes a point where enough is enough. A drive down Medical Center Parkway with all the new development there should be enough to convince us. Where I used to see deer and hawks, I now see restaurants and furniture stores and more high occupancy residences. Matthew 6:26 tells us to consider the birds of the air, and God's word assures us that not one of these birds, even a little sparrow, falls without his awareness of its falling. If God, who has entrusted us with his creation, and this is our basic job description from Genesis, shows concern for his creatures, should we not also do the same? Or do we want to see what Rachel Carson refers to as a silent spring, a spring devoid of birdsong and devoid of places where we can go and appreciate nature? This new development, as it is proposed, will damage not only the quality of life for those living in that neighborhood, but will also damage the quality of life and perhaps the life itself of the wildlife in the area. Please consider the birds and all the other wildlife and people who call Murfreesboro home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Everett Davis. I live at 803 Cason Lane with my mom, and I'm a current student at Blackman High School. I am 18 years old, and I've lived here in Murfreesboro my entire life. I'm here to talk about the condo project and how it affects me as a child. I grew up hanging out at the Greenway that the condos are going behind. During the summer and on the weekends, I'm always there. I used the Greenway to escape the craziness of Murfreesboro. The huge field that was covered in trees is now gone, and I can see the interstate, which distracts me from being able to escape the city. If a giant condo gets put up behind the Greenway, it will feel like I'm still in the city, which would be impossible for me to escape reality. It hurts me to see the Greenway I grew up playing on being prepared to be in the shadows of condos and seeing the field that was extremely beautiful be destroyed. Think of the children that have grown up going there and kids that are still growing up going there. I want kids younger than me to be able to have a place to go, have fun, and escape reality. A place for children, no matter what age, to have a place to go run loose and have fun is amazing. There is no way to escape reality if that is taken away from kids. Take a step back and think of families and children and the impact of what this project has on them. Think about kids my age and the impact it has on us. It hurts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Appreciate your comments.
Council, thank you for your time. My name is Christopher Barnes. I live at 1949 Stony Meadow Drive, which places me as one of the corner units for what was the proposed only access in and out. I understand a new point has been added. I have a concern about the traffic, both from the study that was done, but the part that's not mentioned, which is the families that will walk to the Greenway. That's not a part of it. And those are affected by adding more cars into that moment. The other part is the intersections were all mentioned within the neighborhood, but there's only really 2 exit points from our neighborhood. You go out to 99 or you can go out to Old Fort Parkway. Both of those at the peak times are completely jammed. So I think that's a key point that we need to look at with the traffic studies. The other part that I would ask is look at the effect on the community. So we're looking to take a significantly different community, bring that into one that exists already, but close it off where we don't have access to it anymore. You're taking 42 acres of green space that we have access to now, you're going to close it off and going to have it limited to certain people. So again, my comments want to be brief, but I just want you to know that as Murfreesboro, I feel it's a growing city with a sense of community. Seems like this development not only is able to destroy that, but they're willing to do that with both the proposal and some of the comments that have been made in several of the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. I'm a teacher, and so I may speak to my students tomorrow about the patience that you've sort of given if they mention that my lecture is going on just a bit too long. My name is Kevin Finn. I live at 433 Dreamer Court.
I'm sorry, say your name again, sir.
I'm sorry?
Say your name again.
It's Kevin Finn.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to be brisk and brief. So I'm not actually a resident of the neighborhood near the proposed development. I am, however, an avid user of the Greenway for the last 9 years, and while I might speak to how overjoyed I was to find such an extensive and scenic trail for cycling just minutes from my home, that's not my focus tonight. My focus is on the Greenway as a place for encounters between all the residents of the area, and by that I mean those that walk and bike and jog the Greenway, and those that crawl and fly and hop and make their permanent homes in that increasingly narrow corridor. I don't have the time, and I know that you certainly don't, and I can't imagine anyone has the patience to listen to me list the animals that inhabit the space or their conservation status or the memorable encounters I've had. But if you want to hear me go on about five-line skinks or baby snapping turtles or indigo buntings, we can talk after the meeting. Instead, I just want to sort of provide this anecdote, an encounter that I believe best illustrates the point I'm hoping to make. It features a snake, which I suspect is probably a dangerous prospect. I know the snakes are perhaps the least likely candidates to convince anyone that they should act on animals' behalf. But let me describe this particular kind of snake. It's called a ruffed green snake. They're not so rough, so don't take that name to heart. They're cartoonishly thin and sweet-faced, the sort that appear as heroes in illustrated children's books. So think Kermit the Frog, but hand-rolled like Play-Doh, if that helps as an image. So I was playing crossing guard for this snake, as some of us are wont to do on the Greenway, for fear that it would be squashed by another biker or snapped up by a walking dog. A woman was passing by with her daughter, maybe 4 years old, and they stopped to watch as I looped the snake onto a twig and ferried him across the path. On this little girl's face, there was no fear, just rapt fascination. Her mom asked, "Can we come closer?" I said yes. And this little girl stared big-eyed at this snake and said, "She's pretty." I'm a teacher, and what I hope to build, to model for my students, is empathy and compassion. And I saw the birth of those things that day. The Greenway is a place where our community meets the animal community. Like any other meeting place, it's a space of opportunities like the one above, one of infinite value. But the space is growing thinner and thinner, as skinny as that little ruffed green snake. The more space we shave away, the less likely such encounters become, because some of those animals simply can't live in so reduced a space, or because there aren't even spaces for the encounters. That, I believe, is an extraordinary loss for both communities, the animal and the human. The Murfreesboro Greenway website echoes my thoughts on the value of the trail, noting that it is intended to, quote, preserve precious natural and cultural resources. The question I hope you'll consider going forward is, how do we best honor that mission of the Greenway? Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Finn.
Hello, my name is Mariah Phillips, and my family of 7 have lived at 1332 Dodd Trail since 2006. My children grew up riding their bikes to the Greenway, playing basketball in the streets since none of our streets have sidewalks, and running from house to house to play with their friends in our working class community. We all agree that Murfreesboro is growing, and new development is part of that growth. But in the 13 years that I've lived here, I've seen Murfreesboro continue to grow faster than our planning can keep up with. So I was relieved several years ago when the city of Murfreesboro recognized this problem and began working to get ahead of our growth with the 2035 plan. The Murfreesboro 2035 plan was developed with the trust of hundreds of stakeholders, providing input with the following agreed upon priorities: safe and livable neighborhoods, strong and sustainable financial and economic growth, excellent services, and engaging with the community. Tonight, you're going to hear plenty of examples of why this is not smart growth, and in contradiction to who the citizens want Murfreesboro to be. I want to focus on the last priority, which is community engagement. It is your role on the Planning Commission to help us, the city of Murfreesboro, keep moving forward as a community in healthy ways. We've had tremendous outpouring of support from people throughout Murfreesboro with the petition, both online and in person, that has been signed so far. Most of those people live in the neighborhood and use the Greenway regularly. We agree through this petition that it doesn't make sense, that it's poorly considered by the developer. It's almost as many people have signed the petition than voted in the city council election last year. I've spent a lot of time talking to citizens of Murfreesboro in 2018. And one of the things that I continue to hear over and over again is something that you have probably all heard over and over again as well. The biggest complaint is at the rate at which we are allowing development to occur. It seems illogical and detrimental to establishing a strong sense of purpose as a city. As the roads begin to widen and the schools continue to be built, it seems that we continue to have a problem. We're allowing developers to snatch up any existing green space in our communities and squeeze as many homes as possible into communities that are already over capacity, like this one. Once a project is finished and a road is widened, we are already several years behind development. And this development is a prime example of how overgrowth can harm our priorities for our community. It is the work of the Planning Commission to look at proposals and decide whether these plans are smart for our community, whether they align with the values and priorities of the Murfreesboro 2035 plan. The developer has repeatedly demonstrated a lack of concern for the needs of the existing community. He has made it clear that he wants to jam as many homes into a small space as possible to maximize his investment. All the other developments that we heard about tonight had several access points. Now this one, although proposed 2, are onto the same already crowded street, Cason Trail, which, if you spend any time on a Saturday, you can't drive past without cars parked on either side. You know,
Phillips,
he
Ms.
doesn't
Phillips.
care because
Ms.
he won't
Phillips,
drive these streets.
I'm sorry. You're doing a great job, but can you wind it up, please?
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
He won't drive these streets every day. His kids won't be in the overcrowded classrooms. He won't miss the trees, the wildlife, or the peace that the Greenway provides. I implore you as members of the Planning Commission to think about this particular project and the negative impact to the infrastructure, quality of life, and the future growth priorities of Murfreesboro. Right now is your opportunity to stop this development and to keep Murfreesboro moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Hello, I'm Morgan Corley. I live on 2114 Eastview Drive. As of right now, the project is going to be in my backyard. I've been living here for the past 10 years. Moved in from Nashville, actually, so used to the high density. Not a fan of it. That's why we're living in Murfreesboro, but it's getting crazy now. It was really great having all the friends and the neighborhood, all the children. Just growing up there, you're able to make a lot of friends, and so you're going to be roaming around the neighborhood, and you'll be going to the park, and with just the construction going on and the increased amount of traffic that will occur, it's going to put the lives of many children in danger that are just trying to ride their bike, including my little sister, who's like finally reached the age where she can go out with her friends and such. And so it's just, my question is like, why must in the next generation of children be denied the same safety and enjoyment that I once had? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My heart's beating like a rabbit. I don't do this very often at all, so throw back to speech class. These will help. Chairman Lamb, members of the commission, good evening. My name is Andrew McKelly. I live at 1941 Stony Meadow Drive. I'd like to thank the commission for the opportunity to voice my opinion and concerns which have risen from the proposed Hidden River Estates development. Overall, there have been many concerns raised by the other residents here. I'd like to focus on the concerns of the floodplain management. I've passed out some maps. On the last map, you'll see an overlay of the community with the floodplains. The other maps kind of show what the plains are. I'm sincerely concerned about the floodplain management plan, which will be incorporated into this development. The FEMA flood map shows that nearly the entire parcel proposed for development is located within the mapped 100-year floodplain. A significant portion of the site is within a designated flood zone AE, which is special flood hazard area, with an established flood elevation. As a requirement of the city to maintain eligibility with the National Flood Insurance Program, the city intends to, quote, promote the public health, safety, and general welfare to minimize public and private losses due to flood conditions in specific areas, as stated in Section 34 of the current zoning ordinance. I acknowledge, as well as all of y'all, that it's permissible to construct buildings within the floodplain, but not within the floodway. In order to do so, the zoning ordinance requires that the residential construction must have the lowest floor elevation at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation. With that stated, I would suspect that it would take a significantly large amount of fill material to raise the 374 residential units to a minimum of 1 foot above the floodplain. Based on the base flood elevation and the county's GIS contour map, there are areas which will require upwards of 13 to 14 feet of fill material in order to raise the finished floor elevation of the buildings to a minimum of 1 foot above the base flood elevation. During the public meeting held at the Case Lane Academy, the question was raised about where the cut material would be removed to balance the fill to be placed in the floodplain, which will displace the floodplain itself. It was stated that detention ponds would be installed to comply with the city's stormwater requirements. The city's stormwater requirements are in place to regulate the post-construction runoff rates so they do not exceed the existing conditions. This ensures that the additional runoff is not being added to the floodplain, which could potentially impact properties downstream. Logically, the site's detention ponds should not be used to compensate for the floodplain volume when their intent is to regulate the water before it enters the floodplain. In conclusion, it is alarming to note that the PRD document does not make any mention of the floodplain located on the parcel. With a significant amount of excavation that would be required to compensate for the additional fill material, the overall plan should be taking into account the necessary area to complete the earthwork balance requirements in order to comply with the FEMA regulations. If the developer so chooses to use an off-site location for the earthwork mitigation, we request assurance that the proper flood study is performed to ensure that no property is impacted upstream or downstream of the site. Brought several maps showing the floodplain in relation to the site, and again, I thank you for your time, your consideration, and everyone's concerns.
Thank you, Mr. McKelly.
Thank you.
Good evening. Chris Barnes. I live at 1237 Cason Trail, which is pretty much right in the middle of Dodd Trail and Stony Meadow. My wife and I, we have 4 small children under 7 years of age. We frequently walk from our home to the Greenway, and currently there's no sidewalks. I've reached out to staff at the city, and there's no plan. Concerned with the proposed potential bike lane. There's cars that park all along the roadway. If you add a bike lane where there's already cars parked in the roadway, you're going to increase safety concerns there. In addition, I'd be really interested to see Mr. Huddleston's study. How many times was traffic studied in the area with all the exits? Was it during the week, holidays, weekends, that such? In regards to the density that Ms. Rush presented, 8.9 dwelling units, which is above the recommended 2035 comprehensive plan, does double the amount that was originally proposed for development. And that is just a huge concern for me with 4 small children who frequently walk the Greenway. Again, lastly, I would like to point out where's the construction access point for this project. You know, the first phase is developing from Cason Trail itself. Second phase, third phase. You know, if the entire first phase is built, that's the whole 2 entrances. Where's the construction entrance at that point for the second and third phase. And how does that impact the rest of potentially residents on Stony Meadow? The third access point to the rear for emergency egress is not built until the project's almost complete. So be very interested to see how the construction traffic is impacted for there. Lastly, I would like to thank everybody for their commitment to being on the Planning Commission. I'd like to thank planning staff who I work with daily for their commitment to the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Anybody else?
Hello. Hi. My name is Diane Wiseman Parker, and my address is 2101 Wimbledon Drive in Murfreesboro. I do not live in this subdivision, but I am here in support of them, and I have long-standing roots to Murfreesboro. My grandfather was Circuit Court Judge John Wiseman. My dad grew up here. My dad was also a volunteer firefighter his whole life. So this is the question I'm going to ask you. Do you have enough fire protection to support this development? And do you have enough equipment to support rescuing somebody from a third floor window if you're going to do 3 stories? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Anybody else?
May I speak one more time, Mr. Chairman? Okay.
You went on too long before, Corey, so you owe me some, all right. You owe me a few minutes. Go ahead, sir.
My name's Richard Queen. I live on 1406 Knight Drive. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. But my concern is, I just want to touch on a couple more things with the traffic. It was noted at the beginning that this area is on your radar, basically, for the congestion and everything. And I just, you know, with the addition of all this additional cars, it'll make it additionally congested. But Ed noted in the development that the proximity to Interstate 24 was appealing. But I guess I'd say, you know, good luck getting to 24. I mean, I live on Knight Drive. When I go to River Rock, I can either take a right, go to Cason Lane, which I refer to as Misfunction Junction, or I can take a left and go to New Salem. But there's the New World Outreach Church. I mean, so it's like you're landlocked. You really can't go nowhere. So the addition of this will just make that much worse. And the previous zoning, the guy illustrated some of the access points. I would like to see some of that as well from this person. You know, they had mentioned, you know, to get out of the neighborhood, they could take Stony Meadow to get on River Rock. Getting on River Rock's not a problem. It's getting off River Rock. So anyway, I'd be curious to see the access points he's referring to get out the excuse me, to get out the neighborhood. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
My name is Richard Lutz. I live at 2430 Maybrook Court, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And obviously, up until about 2 weeks ago, I live under a rock because I didn't realize what was going on right down from my house. My wife and I, we've raised 2 children. I can remember we've lived in our home for almost 30 years. I can remember turning on 96 at the Gulf Station and had the canopy of trees on Cason Lane before Cason Lane got there. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm an advocate for Kroger. I was pleased when Kroger came down there. I like convenience. At the same time, I'm a school teacher. I love serenity. And I don't get a whole lot of it. And I love the Greenway. my wife and I walk the Greenway often. Just recently, we saw that they had bulldozed the trees, not in the development that you're talking about, but across the river. Oh, by the way, the Greenway is closed at 99 because of the construction. Oh, but by the way, we're developing the Greenway from 99 on out to Barfield. So we're still going to get a Greenway. I guess the deer can move with the construction equipment. Density. It's not about just this development. Have you seen across from Riverdale in the past 2 weeks? Where are all those people going to go? And everybody that has spoken before me has talked about, well, I'm so proud of my community. I didn't know most of you before tonight. I probably still don't know your names yet. But I'll see you on the Greenway, if it's still there. And at the same time, again, I live under a rock. I haven't seen, I didn't really know all about the hoopla, but I got news for you. There are a bunch of us. I will guarantee that there's at least 50% of that of our community that possibly don't even know that this meeting is happening. And at the same time, again, I'm a school teacher, and I deal with students that ask, why do I need to do something? Because the decision has already been made. I'm worried about that one. I'm not blaming. I'm not accusing. But I am going to tell you, it's our community. And we won't forget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Green. I live on Gaston Court. We've lived there for 22 years. Just to say what was said on the east side of our Greenway is disturbing, to say the least. I do not want that to happen to the west side of the river. Therefore, the Greenway becomes nothing but a sidewalk. It's supposed to be green. It's supposed to have birds, trees, the sound of the river. Otherwise, we might as well go to downtown Nashville and walk on sidewalks. I'm asking you, ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, to preserve our past and protect it, to please be respectful and responsible of our future, and do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Leah Wiggins. I live at 1711 Benjamin Drive. I agree and concur with everything that's been said. I would just want to ask you if you would drive over 24 on 99 and just take a look at that huge apartment complex and take a right on Cason Lane. 3 huge apartment complexes. One hasn't even started getting tenants in it yet. And the density is my concern. I think we're in the most dense part of Murfreesboro, and I wanted to take the opportunity to say, please quit approving multifamilies. And I ask that you not approve this rezoning where they can, I don't know how much it is, from 200 to 384 units. It's like we can't handle the traffic, the schools can't handle it. It's just overcrowding. It makes you want to leave Murfreesboro. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else?
Hi, thanks for having us tonight. And I know it's been a long night, so I'm Cynthia Allen. I live on the other side of town, the north side of town, and we've always been lucky because we haven't had as much traffic. I'm at 206 Peacock Avenue, and I was asked to come tonight to support the community who's reached out. I'm a member of the Stones River Watershed Association, so many of you probably already know how I feel about the floodplain protections, how important that is for our community, preserving our waterways. That's been our mission for a long time. So I just concur with everything that everybody said. I think we need to really evaluate from a disaster standpoint how to protect these properties. The floodplain issue is very critical. We saw that in Nashville, and we saw the money that it cost the community, so that's a big concern. Just personally, I think we do have high density, coming very quickly to this community, so it'd be nice to see single-family homes that are affordable, because I don't know anybody that can pay for those homes that they're coming in. So I just want to say our approach with the watershed has always been to educate, and as you can see, these folks are very educated. So anyway, thank you for hearing us tonight. I hope you'll listen and address the concerns. We appreciate you guys' work on this commission and the work you do every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm Jim Butler. I live at 1310 River Rock. Lived there since 1996. When the Walden builders built the community out there, it was accepted by the prior planning commissions that this was going to be basically single-family dwellings, a good community, and so it was built. Today, we have a builder asking you to change those plans that have been in effect for years. It is a community out there. I know a lot of these people. I know most of them, at least their faces. I may not know their names, but we have a community there. The density doesn't need to be changed. Most of these people that have spoken from their hearts. None of them were paid to do whatever research they did. I can get any reports you want if I pay for them, and I'll get the results I expect, probably, from those people. Just keep in mind that we live there. We love this community. We love this city. We don't need any more crying. And believe me, a lot of tears have been shed over this thing. There's an old saying that money don't sing and it don't dance, but it sure do talk. I hope that's not our situation here. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anybody else? Last call. You're like that auctioneer, I'm going to count it down and sell it. Nobody else wishes to speak. That's already hasn't spoke yet. I think I got a taker. Talk you into it.
My name is Mike Kopp. I live at 642 Cason Lane. So I'm not in the community that is being affected, but I do live very close, and I do go to the Greenway quite a bit, and I love it for a lot of the same reasons that have already been voiced. I guess a couple of things that have struck me as I've listened tonight, and one of the things that I wonder, because I don't follow all of the developments that happen, although I see that there are a ton of them, especially post-recession. But I'm worried about maybe the precedent that we might set if we do want to attract builders. We do want, we love this community. We do want it to expand, but we do want it to happen in the right way. And we do want it to happen in the right places. And so it makes me nervous that if I were to invest in something, I understand what that risk is. And in this case, I bought a piece of property that was zoned a certain way. Now, for me to get my maximum profitability out of it, I need you all to change that zoning, right? And I'm just wondering, I heard the previous talk, right? They had their original plans for Weston Park and Weston Village. They decreased the commercial space and they really ramped up the number of units. And they knew what they were getting into when they made that investment. And so I would just hope that, we want people to come and develop land and grow our community, but we don't want it at the additional burden and expense on the existing, the infrastructure that someone mentioned that is woefully behind, unfortunately. I live right on Cason Lane. I know what they're talking about. I watch it most mornings and I wait for it to die before I go to work. So I would just ask that you would consider that, that we don't establish the wrong precedent, that go ahead and buy something and we'll go ahead and change the zoning later. One last thing that I didn't really think about until a lot of the people mentioned some of the safety concerns, but I've lived on Cason Lane for 17 years, and there's a fire station right down probably about a quarter mile from where we live. And it's the same fire station that's been there the whole time. And the thing that has changed is the amount of sirens that I hear going down the street, because it never used to be as busy as it is now. But I don't see that they've expanded that fire station, and I don't know that they've built any closer to serve the community. But yet the traffic has definitely gone up. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Oliver. I was not going to speak tonight because I'm terrified of public speaking. I live on Cason Trail, and I have a 5-year-old son who we went to the Greenway on Saturday, and we hadn't been down the bridge where they cut all the trees down where the interstate is, and he kept asking me questions on where the trees were and where the deer were. So I was wanting to see if I could play you a clip from him. He's 5 years old. Is that allowed? That way it's kind of him speaking instead of me.
If you could just paraphrase it for us.
He's just, he was crying, asking me like where the trees were, and I was just trying to explain to him. So I don't want that to happen on the other side of the Greenway. And I understand development. I love the city. I love the development. I mean, I love that we're growing, but it needs to be in the right place. And the traffic concerns me because we were T-boned 2 years ago and almost died on Cason Lane and Cason Trail. So I just have a lot of concerns, and being a mom, I can tell you that we got to preserve some of our green space for our kids because they're just going to know sidewalks and buildings around it otherwise. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Betty Butler, and I live on River Rock Boulevard. I've lived here, my husband and I, for 22 years. I did not come here with the intention of standing and speaking before you, but here I am because how can I blame something from happening? How can I complain about something happening if I haven't done my part to try to prevent it? I've done a lot of verbal complaining to myself and my husband, but it might be helpful for you to hear it too. My concern is all of the concerns that have been voiced tonight. But there is one concern that hasn't been voiced that I would like to bring up. I'm afraid that if the building is approved and building is permitted on our greenway, that a precedent will be set. Greenways should be off limits for building. That's why we call them greenways. We don't call them building ways. They're greenways. They're a place for us to go to escape whatever we may feel the need to escape. I can't explain it. It's hard to explain. It's a spirit-to-spirit connection, what we feel with nature. And if you love nature, like most of us do, you know what I'm talking about. I don't have to go into any more detail. Buildings don't have that. I remember I was born and raised in Miami, Florida, and we would often take the turnpike on trips up north. And those beautiful orange groves for mile after mile after mile, if you've ever seen them. There's nothing like them. Looks like something out of a storybook, out of a painting. Well, a bad freeze came about 40 years ago to that area. And rather than replant, the people decided just to sell the land. I guess people were getting older and wanted to retire, didn't want to be bothered with it anymore. Sell the land. Well, now, today, you don't have mile after mile after mile of beautiful orange groves that are so difficult to describe. They're so wonderful. You have mile after mile after mile of buildings. And I can just tell you that what it does to your spirit it's nothing. It doesn't do anything to your spirit, but those orange groves sure did. And that's what it will be like when these buildings go up. It will not be a place to escape to. Although they'll be lovely for people who choose to move there and live in them, they will enjoy it, and I won't say that they won't, but they will never have the opportunity to feel what we users of the Greenway feel when we get on it and walk or ride our bicycles, skate, or whatever. And sometimes I talk in church, and I almost said, and I say this in the name of Jesus Christ, amen. But that's all I have to say, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Hi, my name is David Landry. I live at 3211 Springhouse Drive in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I just want to say on record that when Mr. Huddleston came up here to talk about his traffic study on what was intersections, there was nothing. He should have talked about the traffic study on 96 and Cason Lane and 99 and Cason Lane. If you don't talk about that as in a traffic study, that is just a slap in the face. Like, that's really where the traffic problem is. That's where all these people are going to go. That's the way out is 96 in Cason Lane or 99 in Cason Lane or River Rock in Cason Lane, or River Rock in 99, sorry. Why is that traffic study not done? Why didn't we? To me, that's common sense. That's where the cars are going. Who cares about on the back roads? Oh, there was light traffic on the back roads. Of course there's light traffic on the back roads. Dodge Trail, there's not much traffic there. Well, where are all these cars going? Let's use our brain and make sense of the situation and count traffic where it's supposed to be counted at, not on some back road. We're talking about where is the traffic going. And we've got a problem in Murfreesboro. I don't know if you've noticed. There's only two ways out in that area, 96 and 99. You can't boat your car across the river. There's an interstate in the way, and there's a river in the way. There's an interstate in the way, and there's a river in the way. That is blocking off all the traffic, so all that traffic has to go around that. That is a huge problem. Until we address that, why are we approving more growth in this area? We have to look at that first before we approve more growth in this area. You cannot represent Murfreesboro without, and you're doing them a disfavor if you continue to approve growth in this area where you've got that huge obstacle. That area the roads can only support so much traffic. We've already established that. Why do we continue building these multi-level, 3-story apartments? The roads can't, you can tell it's having an effect on the quality of life. Hopefully, I think that's the biggest theme in this meeting is quality of life. People come to this area for that quality of life. If we wanted a different quality of life, we would have moved to Nashville. But we chose Murfreesboro. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Nobody? One more? Yes, ma'am. I didn't see you coming.
My name is Carrie Horde, and I live on 1229 Cason Trail. And everybody's talking about the Cason Lane area and 99. I work in Shelbyville. I drive 231 every day. And coming from 231 onto Warrior Drive, that light, you can sit at that red light for 6 times before you can even get on the Warrior Drive. This development, traffic's going to go that way too. So, I mean, I know everybody's talking about traffic, but it's not ready. We're not ready. It's just too much traffic for an extra 380 more development housing. We're not ready. Great time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody?
My name is Matt Trotsky. I moved to Murfreesboro about 5 months ago, and I live at 804 North Maney Avenue. And one of the reasons that I moved to Murfreesboro was, in addition to the job that I now have here, the Greenway. And I would say that one of the reasons that people stay here is because of the Greenway, and they don't want to see it developed. They want to see it as an open space. They want to see it as a place to escape the concrete jungle that we currently live in. So I would just say that as someone who has recently moved here, people are paying attention to this. People want to have an open space that they can go to, they can relax, that they can get away from everything else. And I think that this development would hinder that ability for the Greenway to provide that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Have I missed anybody? Nobody else? Is that it? Okay. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now, we go on to the next phase where the Planning Commission will probably ask the applicant and the staff to comment on items they've heard tonight. You folks are all obviously welcome to stay. We may bring the applicant back up here. Lord, I agree. We'll bring the applicant back up, but they will not be fielding questions from the audience. Okay, I want to make sure that was clear. So, and remember, there'll be another public hearing at the City Council, most likely, regardless of how our vote will be tonight. So, members of the Planning Commission, do you have questions for the staff or from the developer?
Well, I obviously think we need to hear a little bit more from the staff regarding the whole traffic situation out in this area. And
Mr. Sam Huddleston, who is no relation to Mr. Bill Huddleston, by the way. Let me make sure everybody realizes that. Sam.
Good evening. Ms. Jones, when we first reviewed this development, we identified a couple issues that we thought would be brought up by the public, and I was a little bit surprised that they all talked about Cason Lane tonight. Actually, not really. We all know that that's a tough area, and so what I would like to do is maybe break this down from the development outward. We asked Mr. Huddleston and Mr. Roundtree and Mr. Burns to analyze the traffic. And we did talk about looking at certain downstream intersections because the likeliest impact from traffic from this development would be at those immediate downstream intersections. And so Mr. Huddleston's plan, while we haven't fully reviewed that with him and reviewed all the details, the approach to the counting and the approach to the study was adequate for what we asked him to do. Mr. Ives is here, and Mr. Anthony, and they certainly could talk circles around me about reasonable nexus. But when we talk about a development and its relationship to traffic improvements, we have to have a reasonable nexus requiring them to do improvements versus something that would perhaps be a general improvement for the community, for the local agency to take on, that being the City of Murfreesboro or perhaps TDOT or perhaps Rutherford County. And so And quite honestly, the places that we're going to ask the developer to look are those things that are going to be impacted specifically and more directly by their development, and thus establishing a nexus. And so we've asked Bill to do that. And I think that with the traffic analysis we have, the local roads that are there will remain local roads. I think the analysis that he's performed has demonstrated that the traffic counts will still be in the local road standards. The intersections there, yes, there could be some improvements. I think that's something that staff, the applicant, and also us working with our Public Works Department and city engineering staff would determine what amount of improvements would be necessary to support this development for them to do, and then what things, quite honestly, need to be in the city basket. And so I think that's an analysis that we would like to do and be able to compare that to Mr. Huddleston's traffic study. The second thing that quite honestly the neighborhood groups brought up that I think is probably a relevant question is pedestrian and bike connections. A little background, Cason Trail was rebuilt probably in about 2004. We rebuilt that from St. Andrews Drive to River Rock Boulevard. We added sidewalks and bike lanes there. That was really before we had a plan to build the trailhead at Cason Trail, and so there is a real gap in the sidewalk network and the bike network to an obvious pedestrian and bike destination, which would be the Greenway. And so I think another evaluation staff's going to have to do, and I think most of this is going to fall in the city basket, and that is looking at our pedestrian and bike facilities and how they interact with the Greenway, and how do we get those users there. I think those are valid points from the neighbors tonight, and I appreciate them bringing that to staff's attention. When they brought it up and we looked at it, it was obvious to us that those are reasonable things. But I think maybe probably the most pain that was expressed by the neighbors tonight was really an area traffic issue. Cason Lane and River Rock Boulevard, and then those intersections with State Route 96 and 99. What I can say is that is quite clearly in the city basket and the state basket. That it's really well beyond the developer's ability to influence that. And so looking, have we analyzed that for this development? And the answer is, in a way, yes. The land use plan that includes the density in this that was approximated in our 2035 plan, that land use plan was used to generate the traffic counts that we then used to analyze the road networks. And what we found out, and what we already knew, was the Cason Lane intersection with 96 and 96 interchange with I-24 are performing at a level of service of D or F most of the time. We know that. We also know that 99, while we've got a brand new interchange there, just recently built, we can't get to it. And part of the reason we can't get to it is the lack of capacity on State Route 99. What we all know tonight is that helps on the way. It's a little bit complicated now because of construction, but the traffic patterns and daily driving habits will change in those neighborhoods when the construction on 99 is finished. And that will provide some relief to the 96 issue. Cason Lane is not really the issue. And I think one of the speakers said it well tonight. It's not driving on Cason Lane that's a problem. It's getting off of it. And quite honestly, she's right. It's that unloading of Cason Lane and then loading Cason Lane back up at those critical intersections. And so we do realize that there's some operational issues at that Cason Lane and 96 area. So much so that there's probably not a capacity project that we could take on that would make sense there with widening over the interstate and all of that. And so one of the recommendations of our 2040 major transportation plan, and I think it was the last speaker, I wrote the name down, but one of the speakers who said there's a river in the way, and he's right. And there's an interstate in the way, and he's also correct about that. if you'll recall, some of the points of our 2040 Major Transportation Plan were those physical geographic boundaries that have prohibited a good interconnection of our community across the Stones River, across CSX, and across I-24. And so one of the projects that really we looked at as some help for this neighborhood, for those rooftops in River Rock and Cason Lane and Cason Trail, is a bridge that connects over the West Fork of the Stones River, eventually going over I-24 and into that west side of downtown, really in the 99 Bridge Avenue, Salem Highway area. And so we have looked at that. That's a project that's on our radar screen. I like to say we've got a plan to build it tomorrow. We really don't, but we have presented that, of course, to the mayor and council and the plan commission, our 2040 plan. And so you guys understand the importance of that. That demonstrates the need for those projects. And what we'll endeavor to do with Plan Commission's blessing and then Council's authorization is pursue some of those area projects, working with TDOT and also working with Mayor and Council on our own projects to create some of that regional traffic capacity that we know is needed.
And thank you, Mr. Huddleston. I do think it's important to note that if we are talking about a project that I believe they said was going to be 3 phases over a 17-year period, that we as a
7 to 10. 7 to 10.
7 to 10-year period, that we are aware and have some of the short-term, mid-term, and long-term improvements, these issues that we already know about, and we already have them in our traffic plan over the upcoming years. And I don't remember, I think the one you're talking about with the bridge I specifically remember that one. That's probably in the long-term range, I'm sure. But there are other things in the short-term and mid-term plan that would affect the Cason Lane on both ends, either 96 or 99, that are already part of the transportation plan?
And what I would say is the major transportation plan looks at roadway capacity on our major routes in the big picture. Part of our challenges with the Cason Lane and 96 intersection, quite honestly, are some operational or congestion issues. And with council's approval a few years ago, we started targeting some of those hot spots. And if you've noticed, there's some improvements right now underway at John Rice Boulevard that will add some turning lane capacity there. Again, helping the efficiency of that intersection. There's corridor studies that are planned for that 96 route on the traffic side. With the bridge over Broad complete, the corridor between I-24 and downtown can now be studied because we took that one huge bottleneck out. That'll help us make plans for those other intersections. TDOT's made some improvements on the interchange, and so we are looking at squeezing all the efficiency we can out of that connection back over to the east side of I-24 and then also getting on the interstate. And those are all projects that they're not on our major transportation plan. They're more in the congestion mitigation, traffic operations side of the house.
Thank you, Mr. Huddleston.
Sam, is the staff looking at, excuse me, is the staff looking at the 2 connections from the development on the south side to Cason Trail as adequate?
So the question about multiple accesses, and certainly Chairman Lamb, you've been chairman of this body for many years, and you know that we constantly challenge development plans on access and multiple points of access. And so the 2 accesses onto Cason Trail today that are proposed, we felt those were necessary really for the operation of this development. What I would say about multiple accesses is there are undeveloped properties to the south and undeveloped properties to the north. And like many developments that are sort of the first in that area, we will need to wait on some future connectivity that would be made with additional development to create some more of those ways in and out of that area. And so Staff's view on it is our planning staff and engineering staff have looked quite extensively at this, but creating some additional connectivity to the south on the balance of this development tract, while it's not in this developer's hands, we do anticipate that to be available for development. The property to the north seems probably a little less likely to develop soon, but certainly Eastview Drive is already stubbed into it. There's some other accesses that are already stubbed into that larger tract, and so if and when it does come to develop, we would this development would then at least be able to provide a more convenient secondary access. Currently, they're showing an emergency access only, and it looks like to me that the development would be set up so that would always be an emergency access, but it might be a little more available with the development of the property to the north. So I think part of the question on multiple points of access, we've got to answer and look at in the years ahead as those other properties come before us.
Mr. Huddleston, the Stony Meadow Drive and Cason Lane Trail, there's a lot of car parking on the sides of those streets. Is that a permissible parking use there? Is that an area where that's acceptable or not acceptable?
Yeah, so all our city residential streets, on-street parking is permissible. There are some guidelines to how that on-street parking should be arranged, and things you shouldn't do. You shouldn't block driveways. You should not block fire hydrants. You should not park within certain distances of intersections. But as a general rule, parking on residential streets is permissible. What I will tell you about Stony Meadow Drive is it's a 33-foot pavement section. And so that in our design world, that's enough for 3 lanes. So with 1 lane perhaps blocked by on-street parking, there's still room for 2 cars to meet and pass there where necessary. If parking's on both sides of the street, obviously it creates a little bit of an issue, but certainly for a local street, I think on-street parking would be acceptable. Our limits to on-street parking in residential neighborhoods, however, end when we stripe those lanes and designate travel lanes. And so an example would be Cason Lane, which is striped with a continuous center turning lane. And so on-street parking on Cason Lane itself would not be permitted. The bike lanes on Cason Trail and the striping on Cason Trail, for that stretch where those are available, on-street parking would not be permissible there because it would block the bike lane or extend into a designated travel lane. But for the local streets, and we use that term on purpose, the local streets, parking is permitted and anticipated.
Thank you.
So while we're on all the traffic related, do you see this emergency exit that we're talking about on the north side? Would you require them to build like a turnaround over to Eastview or East, the street that it connects in over there? Would you require that in this case? Of course, that'd be how many years out before they get that far along?
Ms. Jones, the pattern book suggests it's a diagrammatic connection. In other words, it's a connection concept. We don't have all of the details worked out. What we have asked the developer to do and what we believe would be appropriate is for us to see evidence of the ability to make that connection. So we'd like to see the easement, the right to build it, and then review the design with the applicant. And those would generally be questions that we think would be appropriate if and when this makes it to council before second and final. I think the developer would love to have some level of confidence that the plan that's presented has a reasonable chance of success before perhaps they negotiate with that private property owner to purchase and acquire that easement.
And then it wouldn't be required until phase 3, probably, because it wouldn't be necessary.
I think our expectation is that we would like for the developer to look at the phasing plan and show us a way. There were several questions about construction access, and some of those I think Mr. Burns and Mr. Huddleston and Mr. Roundtree took note of and know themselves is the way for construction traffic in and out of here is going to be through their development. So my suspicions are that they'll look very carefully at doing a good bit of the initial development construction before they ever sell the first unit in there. So some of the mass grading, extending utilities, and I think it'd be appropriate for them to be able to identify a time frame when that emergency access would actually be physically available to the property. And that'd be perhaps in the phasing plan that they suggested.
Currently, there's no easement in place there, so right now, the plan book like it is just has that road dead ending there, period.
Yes, there's no, we're not aware of an easement. I'm going to look to Mr. Burns and Mr. Roundtree to see that, Mr. Huddleston, see that there's not been an easement, evidence of an easement provided to us yet.
And while he's coming, so it looks like in the pattern book, the land is very close to Eastview, to the Eastview Drive. So how close is that?
My recollection was about 300 feet. I'm going to look over at Mrs. Rush. We measured that in the office the other day, and we were
It's approximately 300 feet.
from the proposed emergency egress to
the
Eastview Drive. The actual separation of Eastview Drive right away from the property is one lot deep, so that's roughly about 150 feet.
Okay.
But then the drives were obviously offset from that a little bit.
Mr. Huddleston.
We have a commitment from the adjacent property owner to provide that emergency access.
Okay.
And so what I think we would ask for is that for that commitment to be legitimized with an access easement, just evidence that be provided at some point in the development process.
I think until that is proven and in place, we need to see on the plan book when a temporary cul-de-sac being planned for that in case it was not ever granted.
We can do that. I'd rather show the easement.
I had too, but you don't have that yet.
Yeah, but we can get it.
And we've been asked to approve a plan here.
We can get it.
Be subject to.
That property is owned by Dr. Johns.
I've heard of him.
Yeah.
And so
I have a meeting with him in the morning. I'll talk to him about, or Friday morning, I'll talk to him about going ahead and dedicating that. And
you see my point, Mr. Huddleston?
Yes.
I do too. And through our site plan and construction plan process, we can look at temporary emergency roads such that if our phase isn't all the way back there in a timely manner, we can go ahead and construct something that emergency vehicles can use to get to it.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
And so there might be a good time to talk a little bit about fire protection. There were a couple of questions about fire protection, a question about, maybe a call placed to the state fire marshal. And I sense from the speaker's statement that the state fire marshal was unclear about who would be responsible for this. And so let me just clarify that for you. The city of Murfreesboro has plans review authority for this project. It does not have to go to the state fire marshal. We will expect it to be designed to the city code for fire protection, which includes access to adequate fire protection water, and then ability to actually get the fire apparatus in and out of the site. We'll expect that. That's a standard. The question about the Station 9, the Cason Lane Station, have the calls increased over there, and certainly with the growth in population, we know that they've increased. But what I would also say is that the city started providing first responder service a few years ago, and so the number of calls that our equipment respond to quintupled, if that's the right word, increased over 5 times. We were running about 2,200 calls per year before that, and then the first couple of years after we implemented the first responder service, our calls increased to 10,000 per year, and they've steadily increased there. We have added equipment at Fire Station 9. We do have a ladder truck there that would be capable of providing access and rescue from a third-story residential unit. That's available in that. The fire department has implemented the closest available vehicle dispatching. So in the event of a call that comes in, they know which vehicle, if it's on its way to get fuel at West Main Street and it's the closest available vehicle, they get dispatched to that call. So we have changed our response pattern to give the standard of cover to those incidents, the best standard of cover that we can for the equipment and resources we have. We opened with some fanfare Fire Station 4 this week. I said we may have an official ribbon cutting or something coming up, but Fire Station 4 on Medical Center Parkway would certainly be a secondary response station for this. And then Fire Station 11 is proposed at the intersection of Blaze Drive and Fortress Boulevard in the Blackman area. That's I think Mr. McKnight's still here, but he's hounding our department quite often to make sure those plans are ready for permitting. We've got a contractor who's ready to go to build that project, and so within the next 9 months or so, we would have additional fire protection capacity in the Blackman area, and that would be a responding unit that would be available to this area as a supplement to the Station 9. We also added a rescue vehicle there fairly recently, a light rescue vehicle that's responding to some of the medical emergencies and traffic accidents.
Anything else, Sam?
Floodplain and drainage, I think that was brought up a few times here, and certainly I'll just reinforce with you that our floodplain management ordinance permits development in the floodplain, but not the floodway. The modeling done for that and the approach approved by FEMA for our community and for our local floodplain ordinance does allow encroachment in that area identified on the map. It will require fill. The model compensated for that amount of fill being in there, so that amount of fill is already considered in the flood model that we use. Mr. Huddleston explained that a bit earlier too, but the fill in that part of the floodplain is allowed, and it was compensated for. There were some questions about causing backup onto other neighbors, and certainly we would expect the developer and his engineer to be aware of those, and they are, and they will accommodate any water that's leaving the adjacent properties and making sure that gets properly routed through their development to the stream. And then obviously we're going to expect the development to meet the city stormwater standards as well. And so the floodplain requirements, the water coming onto their property from the adjoining properties, and the city stormwater ordinance requirements all work together to come into a stormwater management plan that would be implemented for this development. And it has to be, before we can approve it, at least as protective that it meets the city standards. If it doesn't, we reject it and go again. So we will provide the city specified level of protection that's there in our city code today. I think there's been a lot of talk about the Greenway too, and open space and all of that, and perhaps it bears some attention here. The Greenway's not going anywhere. It's still going to be available to these properties and to these residents. I think the Cason Trail trailhead is probably the most utilized trailhead that we've installed on our Greenway system to date. The reason it is the rooftops. One of the speakers tonight gave some statistics on how many rooftops are in that area, how many are single family, multifamily, and townhomes. And so the reason it's popular and the reason it gets a lot of attention is because of those rooftops there, and those will still be available. Those things aren't going anywhere. They're developing adjacent to the Greenway, but they're not taking the Greenway away from the citizens, and they're not taking that public facility away. So it'll still be there. The 2035 plan, I'm going to look over at Mr. Anthony and Mr. Blomley, because they helped with some of this section, but the 2035 plan included identification of areas that should be considered for open space, conservation, but then also the Blueway, Bikeway, and Greenway master plan, and then the currently in the works park master plan help identify some priorities for our community. Those were all vetted and will be vetted programs that help us as the city to be able to identify spaces that we think are important and resources that we think can be preserved within the resources of the city of Murfreesboro. Our development ordinances obviously allow development of existing open space, and unless we were to change those rules, there'd be an opportunity for people to continue to develop those spaces as well. But our 2035 plan, I think, and Mr. Anthony, I think that was correct, identified percentages and amounts of open space that need to be preserved and available for public recreation and parks and green space preservation. Which
Mr. Huddleston?
Yes.
Do you mind, one of the things that I thought was interesting in my learning process of asking questions about some of these things was how the Greenway came to be and where that originally started. Because I think, I grew up here, and while I don't use the Greenway a lot of people that I'm friends with use the Greenway a lot. And so I just sort of realized that we had a Greenway. I live in the city, but I don't use it very often. But can you talk about how Murfreesboro got a Greenway and where that came from, just briefly?
Sure. So really the vision for the Greenway started probably in the late 80s, early 90s. There were a couple of federal legislation actions that the Interstate Intermodal Transportation Efficiency Act, IST, and T21, those funding opportunities opened the way for communities like Murfreesboro to be able to get federal funding for Greenway. So a good bit of the Greenway was master planned, and in this area, the Stones River Greenway specifically, from the Stones River Battlefield, Thompson Lane area up into Cannonsburg, and then all the way around to Barfield Park was part of that master plan. A good bit of the routes we're talking about today were actually previewed and initially screened for construction in the late 90s in a project that I did before I came to work for the city of Murfreesboro. Actually, we participated in the environmental review of that route. And so those federal funds that were administered by the Corps of Engineers, and then after that by the Department of Transportation, actually came along and helped the city construct that project. And so we're very near the end of that federal funding money. I think Mr. Smotherman could help us understand that future Greenway connections, Greenway extensions will probably be at the expense of the city of Murfreesboro without much federal participation or state participation. But the network we have now has been funded primarily by those transportation dollars.
And that was a connectivity piece.
Those connectivity. And we look at it as a lot of people look at it as a recreation facility. We treat it as a transportation facility because it does create an alternate means of transportation for pedestrians and bikes, other than using our surface streets to do that. It's another way to carry those. And I'm not sure if that answered your question, and then maybe some other folks on staff have some other thoughts about that.
I think our to look at it as a public transportation corridor, whether it be walking or bicycling, whatever, was the initial plan, and it goes back to really Kent Seiler and Bart Gordon and people who had access to money at that time, flying over in helicopters up and down the river saying this would make a beautiful place for a park. At that point, the river had always been kind of had its back turned from Murfreesboro and was a dumping place for tires and anything else that people wanted to get rid of would wind up down there by the river. So the plan was originally to clean it up, make it more environmentally protected, and to preserve a linear park for the city. And that was begun, and with a small segment that started around Broad and Thompson Lane and went up to the Cannonsburg area. Was then extended out towards Old Fort Park, was then extended out towards Cason Lane, and was then extended over towards Barfield Park. And the last maybe year or so back, we added an extension to the Greenway system, which was provided by the Corps of Engineering funding that was developed out along the river close to Walter Hill Park. And so the city has had a long-term commitment to providing and protecting a linear park. The challenge is always, with the city to provide as much green space and park space as we possibly can. There's the challenge of how much tax money we have to develop and devote to it, which is where your taxes come in, your property taxes and your sales taxes. That's where that money goes to provide the things that you ask for. The most recent segments have shown to be developed at about $1 million a mile once the land has been acquired. So it's an extremely expensive project to develop that. In the last year and a half or so, we've seen the city purchase about 100 acres out around Burnt Knob Road and 130 acres out on Highway 96. And as a few of you probably remember, the wetland area next to Oakland Park, the city purchased because we knew that there was going to be property with Cherry Lane that needed mitigation on wetlands, and this would give us the opportunity to buy wetlands that which could be used for mitigation later down the road. All that said, the Greenway system isn't going anywhere. We're not selling off the Greenway system. It's and some of the safer areas of our Greenway system are where development is. When you look at our crime statistics on the Greenway, you'll see that generally it happens in the more isolated areas. I want to say rural areas, but I'm Southern and I probably will mispronounce rural. But the intent is to make sure that those areas are protected and developed appropriately, so that whatever buffers next to them, and I think that's our responsibility as well as the council's responsibility, is to make sure whatever develops alongside those greenways does not encroach onto the greenway to the point that it takes away the serenity and the beauty and what all of us enjoy when we walk the greenway. There's areas that go under Broad Street here in town that truthfully you'd never know you were in town if you're just behind Cannonsburg on the Greenway system. It's just isolated, and it's 100 feet away from you, there's Broad Street. And so it doesn't mean that things can't develop close to the Greenway system. You may hear them off in the distance, but the Greenway system is still a phenomenal amenity to our city, and I'm glad people say that they actually moved here because of the Greenway system, as one gentleman said. As far as the city itself's growth, a few years back, the legislature passed a law that said the city can no longer annex, forced annexation. So the city can't grow outward anymore. Those days have kind of left us. And so when that happened, what that does, it has an effect on our city in the sense that the property that's within our city became more developable when it wasn't probably so much thought of in the past. And you're seeing that in the downtown area, where you're seeing one home torn down and two homes being built that try to fit into the character of the neighborhood, but there is differences, and it's some of it's just time, some of it is just styles change and design structures, the design of the structure sometimes change, and of course that's done by the developer for marketing reasons. They want to be able to sell their product. So just because their product does not match yours to a T may give you some indication of times are changing. Most of y'all have been here most of the night, and you heard me speak earlier talking about my neighborhood, what I see across the street from me. And I said, I'm okay with density if we can control the quality of the product. This land can be developed no matter. It's already zoned as developable property. It is owned by a private individual, and he has the right, which is property rights, that says he can develop his property. There's nothing you can do to that unless you say, I'm going to go out there and buy that property from him and keep it just like it is. And that's an option, but it's probably not, it wouldn't be a viable option for me across the street from me, and it's probably not an option for you. But that is about the only way that you can prevent people using their property rights. I would hope that the development of whatever develops on this property, whether it be this project or something down the road, would be conducive and complementary to what is in the area. I didn't move to Murfreesboro because of any of the things that y'all mentioned. I was put here by God. 60 years ago, He put me in Murfreesboro. And I often say, if people are praying for you, you'll feel it. I know that there's people been praying about this project because I've felt it. What I do want you to understand, more than that, is our city is changing. It's not going to stay the little town that I grew up in. It's going to change. It's going to continue to change. Most of the traffic concerns that you guys have mentioned, Highway 96, Highway 99, if you want to come over to my side, Memorial Boulevard, Broad Street, those are all state roads. The city has very little control over that. I know there's a lot of opposition a year or so back when the governor was proposing raising the taxes on gas. For what reason? Road improvement. Because he recognized that Tennessee's growing, and not only is Tennessee growing, the fastest growing city in Tennessee, you're in it. So our city is changing. We need the funding from the state level. It's not a local issue. We're doing what we can. You'll see the bridge over Broad Street. You'll see, if you look at the 2040 plan, there is a plan where the River Rock Racket Club used to be, that crosses the river, that crosses, and of course, just like with a landfill or anything else, everybody says it's a great idea to have more access across that place, but not in my backyard. We've already heard those complaints from the neighbors who said, we want to get across the interstate, we want to get across the river, but we don't want the bridge near us because we don't want the traffic coming to our area. So it's not an easy fix. It's got challenges that, truthfully, are overwhelming at times. When you look at our city's development and the growth that we've experienced, thanks to most of you people coming here, it's so much better in so many ways than it used to be. It used to be if you got sick in Murfreesboro, you went to Nashville to go to the doctor. It used to be in Murfreesboro, if you need school clothes, you went to Nashville to buy school clothes. We're not Mayberry anymore. We're a big city now. And we have developed and we have changed thanks to you guys coming. I'm glad you came. But where your house sits, there was wild animals, there were deer, there were turkey, possums and skunks as well on your property. When your house was built, they moved down the greenway a little further. And in this situation, where this property is, they'll move down the greenway a little further if it's developed. And it's part of the cards that were dealt. We'll have to play with, with the restrictions that are on us. And I certainly understand your concerns 1,000%. I know what you mean, but it doesn't change the right of the developer to develop the property. It does. There is a restriction in there as far as how many homes he could build on it today and what he's asking for. There is a difference. But what you're getting in trade is the quality of the product versus what could be put on that property. And currently, you have no control whatsoever of the quality of the product that would go on that property if he were to build to the minimum standards. And that's his right as well. So that's my 2 cents.
Chairman Lamb, I did make some other notes here. Mr. Anthony has some information on impact, at least on city schools, and I would like for him to share that with this body and the audience tonight.
Sir.
I thought it was going to be all transportation and environment, and I could not have to say anything. I have talked with the city school system. They can pretty much to a T, if they know how many units, how many bedrooms, and what the value of the housing is, they can pretty much to a T tell you exactly what the impact on the schools is going to be and how many students are going to be generated. without going into their formulas, based on the bedrooms, the values of this, they can accommodate these students. We have Salem Elementary School is going to relieve some of the pressure that is currently on Scales and on Case and Lane Academy, and free up some capacity at those schools. So they were very clear with me that they can accommodate the number of students that they think that this project would generate.
Then, Mr. Lamb, I did have just a personal note here on public participation, and I'd be glad for you to address this, but I think what we've seen here tonight lets us know as a staff and lets you know as a Plan Commission that our public participation practice works. We heard early on from the neighbors that we were trying to sneak this through and we're trying to do it without notice, but the fact that the number of people that showed up tonight to speak lets us know that our notification process, while some may think it could be better, it works. The neighborhood meeting process, the advertisements that we send out as this group to notice public hearings, and then the simple fact that the neighbors chose to get active and get involved and come out lets us know that process works. I would also like for Ms. Rush, one of the other notes I made was there was a question of density, and then she had analyzed this versus the 2035 plan, and so just to give you just a little bit of information about the proposed density and how it was looked at in the 2035 plan.
I had to bring out my notes again, sorry. So the density for the current zoning is approximately, I think it's about 2.5 units to the acre. 4.35 units to the acre would allow for 181 units. The proposed density for this project is 8.69 dwelling units to the acre, which equates to the number of units. So when you're doing master planning and the comprehensive plan, there's no crystal ball that can give you precision and predict what's going to happen in the next years that takes us out to 2035. So planners do the best they can. They model, they look at growth patterns, and they make assumptions. And so this particular property was assumed in the 2035 plan to be at that higher density. So this project does fall within that range.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rush.
And so, Chairman Lamb, one other closing statement, at least from my standpoint. We've heard a lot about the impacts on the surrounding community. The applicant is here. His designers are here. Staff's available to discuss the merits of the plan itself. Do you have questions or comments about the plan itself? We spent a lot of time looking about how it impacts traffic and the greenway and drainage and all that, but very little time discussing the plan itself. And so if there are issues, obviously we didn't hear questions necessarily from the neighbors about that, but if you have specific questions, I think staff and the applicant are ready, and unless you have some other specific questions for us on the sort of the impact issues, we will entertain any additional thoughts.
Well, the staff will be available to meet with anybody after the meeting as well to answer any further questions. And like I said, there will be another public hearing. So, Ms. Jones.
To your point, I was going to, if we get past the big picture items, I wanted to talk a little bit about the actual product and what we see in the plan book. I certainly have been very pleased with some of Mr. Burns' most recent projects that they've developed in town. And I just wanted to see whether we feel like looking at the plan book on pages 15, 16, and 17, does that give us enough to feel like we know what's going to be built if this were to get through? Or for example, on 15, we've got some pictures of some product from some other areas, I guess, not Murfreesboro, from somewhere else. But is that enough to let you know how to approve or not, how these buildings would look and what that particular group, the Riverfront Rose, would look like, and what the approved materials and colors, and, you know, is there enough information in the plan book?
There is information that is provided, and it is, in some respects, a little bit unclear, but it does give enough information in terms of the architectural design that they're trying to achieve. I think there could be some additional clarity whether or not you're going to have stoops or not have stoops, you know, and what is the window treatment going to look like. So there could be a lot more precision. But I know that they do want to work on some of that refinement in the future. If there's anything that they propose that's not consistent with the plan, then we'd have to come back through and do a rezoning of the pattern book.
Chairman Lamb, I have a few
Yes, ma'am.
comments, please. I would first like to thank Ms. Kelly for putting together a very well-organized group tonight and having the thoughts organized and it not being redundant. I think given that you knew it was going to be a large crowd, you did a very nice job on that. When I look at the plan book and the plan and the area, and I would love to live, you know, along the Greenway in one of your row houses. I think it's a beautiful development. I also wanted to talk about the Greenway and the fact that, just in short of a lot of what was said, we wouldn't have the Greenway if we didn't have the growth that we have today, and it is part of it. All of that said, I have been and still continue to struggle with the access to the site. I struggled leading up to tonight. There's the second entrance, which again looks like it's just recently been added. I still struggle that it doesn't address my concerns with the access points to the property. Earlier, we approved a development with 24 units that had 2 access points that I think was pushed for by the staff. And I agree that it's an area that needed to have 2. It's 24 units. We also pushed through, I had the numbers memorized earlier, I don't know, it was 85 units in Weston Village. You couldn't even see all the access points. It was at least 4 or 5 to make the site more accessible. So I came in tonight really concerned about access to the site, and I still have concerns about access to the site. And that also bleeds over into the traffic because of the limited amount of access. Some of the explanations tonight have been helpful for me personally. They've been educational. The requirement for the traffic analysis was helpful probably for myself and the folks in the audience, but it certainly wasn't a whole lot of time to digest the information. I would like to hear specifically on what intersections were referenced in the analysis earlier with the AM peak and PM peak times of 171 trips and 190. I didn't catch if it was said exactly what intersections those were, because we've referenced a lot of specific intersections and even those on the outskirts that do seem to be the more concerning ones. And there was also reference to a specific intersection that had the potential for, it had a high turning area. Again, it was rushed over really quickly, and potential of adding a turn lane. I missed where exactly that was. So that, in a nutshell, captures, there's been a lot said, but I really do personally have a lot of concerns with the access points, and I don't feel like it has a resolution that meets the standard of some of the other things that we've approved in the past.
So, Ms. Garland, I think staff shares your concern, and as does the rest of the Planning Commission. Sometimes properties yield themselves to well-connected accesses. Sometimes there are limitations because of the river, and because of the location of this property. Regardless of how it's developed, if it's developed, it's at least for some period of time only going to have access to this one point. Were it to develop as a single-family subdivision, and we put 200 units back there, or whatever the yield would allow, it still only has access back to one point. And so that's a limitation of this property. What I think you heard from staff and the applicant is that what we have to do is then, as we see those additional development plans south and north come through, is make sure that those routes also provide some additional connectivity. That's the only 2 points you have to create additional access. But then the idea that the applicant went to an off-site party and negotiated an easement with them to provide a secondary emergency access, I think spoke of staff's concern that we voiced to them about having a second way in and out for if no other reason, for emergency traffic. Mr. Huddleston, I would ask, and he's still here, if he wouldn't mind step up, but the impact of the traffic to those downstream intersections is fairly limited, and so providing a second way in and out is not necessarily to try to reduce the impact on those downstream intersections, is actually try to improve our connectivity for emergency services and service delivery. So Mr. Huddleston, if you would talk just a little bit about the intersections that you studied and analyzed. Oh, he stepped away from the podium. And then maybe help explain the thought process you went through in picking those, and then also the results of that analysis.
I was going to see if we had something that showed the street network, and that way I could point to the different intersections that we looked at. That was one. Yeah, there you go.
Show that.
I've got a slide that might work if you want to refer to the PowerPoint.
Touch your screen mark where you touch it.
Okay. We'll show it on this up here.
Yeah.
The cable department. Yep, there you go.
All right, thank you. So if you look at this map, again, we looked at three major intersections that traffic from our development would be traveling through as it dispersed going either north, south, or west, basically. The first intersection is the intersection of Cason Trail and Stony Meadow Drive. And I don't know what this is going to do, but I'm going to try it. Well, it didn't do anything.
Yeah, you do.
But that intersection, there you go. Great. You see where Sam circled it in black? That intersection's at the southwest corner of the development. The second intersection we looked at is the intersection of River Rock Boulevard and Cason Trail, which is about right there, just to the west of it. And the third intersection was River Rock Boulevard and Stony Meadow Drive. See where that is? That's the third one. All right, and so what we looked at was AM peak hour and PM peak hour. So the AM peak hour traffic was 171 trips. 39 of those enter the development, 132 exit the development. So what we do is we take our distribution and spread out those 39 from where we think they're coming from to the development, and spread out the 132 that are exiting and send them through those three intersections. And we did the same for the PM peak. PM peak, you had 196 trips generated. So you had 123 people basically coming home to the development, and you had 73 leaving. And they're dispersed through those three different intersections. And so where the turn and the intersection with a couple of higher turning movements, they aren't terribly high, they aren't unmanageable, but that's at the intersection of Cason Trail and River Rock Boulevard, which is the one west of the development. You've already got an eastbound right turn lane there, that serves a pretty high traffic movement that's existing. And what we're saying is if you put a turn lane, if you need a turn lane anywhere at all at those 3 intersections, it would be the westbound right turn on Cason Trail, turning right to go north on River Rock Boulevard. We've got 77 vehicles in the AM peak hour turning right there. And, you know, that's really almost just one, or it's a little over 1 a minute. So it's not a huge traffic number, but it's the highest turning movement out of any of these 3 intersections.
Ms. Garland,
That answers my
did
question.
that help? And we'd be glad to go in depth to the nuts and bolts of.
I just
how
wanted to
that
be
goes.
really clear. I heard questions about not understanding which intersection was being referenced, and I wanted to know the same, so.
Yes, and what we did talk about earlier, and it might be a good time to bring it back up, is that reasonable nexus. Is it reasonable for us to expect this developer to add a right turn at an intersection that's a half a mile away versus maybe adding a right turn immediately adjacent to his property? And I think my opinion would be that it's probably too big of a hurdle for us to ask this developer who's only creating, and Bill, I don't know if you still have those numbers up, but the percentage increase for this property over what traffic was already there, but the numbers are fairly low at that next intersection, if I recall. The actual increase from this project to that existing River Rock and Cason Trail intersection.
The existing traffic on River Rock going south, for example, is 69 vehicles in the AM peak hour and 123 in the PM peak hour. And we don't really add to that number because our people are turning one way or the other. They're not going straight on River Rock Boulevard. They're coming from Cason Trail and getting onto River Rock Boulevard, or taking a left from River Rock to Cason Trail, or a right from River Rock, or going straight on Cason Trail.
And so one of the challenges for staff then is understanding that those are neighborhood intersections and not intersections that are directly adjacent to this property. So there'll be a balance between what should be a public project really managed by our Public Works Department and what would be a development-led project, which will be approved by our development review team and then constructed by the applicant.
So I'm not sure who this question would be for, but is it possible to approve one phase of a requested plan? And then if and when all these other access and traffic and other road improvements and things, then we look at the rest of this project, just as if it was just as if they just bought this little piece and then later along they got the next adjacent piece. I don't know.
I believe Mrs. Jones is what she's trying to say here is, and well done. What we've done in the past, in years past, is in developments that have this many units in it, we want multiple points of access when those access points are there. Well, it's there and it's not there. Putting 2 over on Cason Lane right now with hopes of something happening to the south, there's no guarantee what's going to happen to the south and when, you know. I have a real problem with this many units dumping out onto that. One of the main reasons of multiple access points is for natural disaster response times. And we've all seen what can happen with that in Murfreesboro. And even though you have 2 access points coming on to Cason Lane, they both go onto the same roadbed there, that within a few feet, if you had something happen that blocked that off, you can't get to this development at all.
Well, we've got that emergency access.
I don't think that ought to be an emergency access, Mr. Huddleston. I think it ought to be a regular access engineered into the plan by way of buying the property or buying the easement to be able to build the road through there and have that as another entrance to this development. Should something happen on Cason Lane. And if what my point is, if we need to talk about approving this thing, like Mrs. Jones was intimating, we're okay with phase one entering with the access points on the Cason Trail. But phase 2 and 3, before they can do anything, they're going to have another access point.
I guess we could make that it's going to be a paved access, so it'd be we just wouldn't have an emergency gate on it, I guess. Is that all right?
Well, do we need to defer this for further study on this and then come back to us with what you're... Now, I can't speak for the rest of the Planning Commission. I'm just voicing my opinion. But do we need to defer this and then let you come back to us with what you're proposing?
And the reason why I would say that is you've touted this to be a gated community.
Right.
So if it's a gated community, this last access point would technically need to be gated, and I would think you would want to think about how you put that together.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Well, I thought initially you were looking at it as an emergency access point, which meant a crash gate.
Or a Yelp mode.
Yeah, but we're talking about...
We're talking about a full...
We're talking about something that the residents can come and go through.
You don't have a problem with that? Hang on, let me ask you.
Certainly, the technology is there. Were this a full access, the technology is there to allow it to be gated and then still only accessible to the residents. And certainly, any gated operation
than the other gates on going on into the property.
Yes.
I mean, if you gated it, but
the gated operation would still have to be available to emergency services.
One of the challenges that we're facing here, and of course, part of it is growth. I mean, the whole concern of growth. But if you're, Costco's looking at some property in this area, wanting to develop potentially. There's other properties that are developable properties. And if we just start saying, and we recognize that there's a problem at River Rock and Cason Lane. I mean, but if we start saying you can't develop anything in that area completely because of the congestion that exists there, I mean, hopefully we'll work it out over a period of time. But are we willing to stop development completely? And I mean, some people, as ladies nodding her head, yeah, do that. And it's not unique for people to tell me, hey, I want Murfreesboro to stop growing.
Yeah, I got my house.
But that I often say, well, when did you move here? And you wanted it to happen the day after you got here. That's not realistic. I mean, in the real world, this is going to develop. And the question is, how can we make it as safe as possible? I get the concern about the access point. If there needs to be an additional access point, I think we probably need to see something other than just the nod of the head saying that's okay. I think we probably need to defer this project until we can get something a little more chiseled in stone that says this is the presentation and this is exactly what we're going to do as far as access points.
That'd be all right.
There's too many questions right now, Mr. Huddleston, in a lot of our minds.
The adjacent property owner is committed to the emergency access, so we don't know if we can get the full one or not. So we probably ought to get a deferral.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion if it's okay.
Yes, sir.
Move for deferral.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. That concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda tonight. One item we're going to dismiss in just 1 second. One item I need to go back and pick up is to approve the minutes of the January 9th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes?
No, sir.
If none, I'll declare them approved as submitted. Do you have any staff reports and other business?
No, sir, not me.
Thank you, Jesus. No, sir. In that case, we stand adjourned.